Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. This is a hearing, conditional use hearing for 1209 Rydal Road. The last hearing that was held in this matter was on February 3rd, 2026. At that time, the limited agenda item that evening was appointing me as the hearing officer for the remainder of the hearings in this matter. A couple of quick housekeeping items before we get started. For those of you who are watching virtually on Zoom, there is no participation via Zoom. To participate as a party, you need to be in this room today and on any of the other future hearings that will be scheduled. Secondly, there will be no public comment today. Public comment will be reserved for the conclusion of all of the evidence. So at the time when the applicant has completed their testimony and anyone with party status has completed their testimony, then we will take a public comment. For those of you who have party status who were not present on February 3rd, when I was appointed as the hearing officer, let me briefly explain what that means. That means for the remainder of the hearings, I will hear this case. I will rule on objections, motions, requests for continuances. At the conclusion of all the testimony and all public comment, my office, will be submitting a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. That recommendation can either be followed by the Board of Commissioners or not, but the vote on whether or not to accept that recommendation will occur at a public meeting. It will be advertised, and anyone who wishes to attend that night of the vote can. But the record will be closed by the time we get to that vote. I think that's it for housekeeping. We are dealing with the space constraints of this room. As you know, the other hearings have been held at Penn State. Penn State was not available to us today. Because of the space constraints, we have made certain decisions on where to place certain people. This is not dissimilar to what we did at Penn State, where the applicant had a table at the front of the room and everyone else who had party status was back in the audience. The way we are going to proceed today is Mr. McHugh is going to call, he has two witnesses present today. He's going to call his witnesses. Those with party status are permitted to cross-examine Mr. McHugh's witnesses. And then at the conclusion of Mr. McHugh's case, if we're able to achieve that today, then those who have party status who wish to present testimony or evidence today will be permitted to do so. Those who wish to do it at a subsequent date, the emails we got requesting continuances, those continuances will be granted. Before we begin, Mr. McHugh, do you have any housekeeping issues you need to bring to my attention?
Not at this time, Mr. Clark.
Okay. Is there anyone with party status who has anything they would like to mention at this time?
Yes, Mr. Clark. Gail Wildheimer, 1282 Rydal Road.
One second. I don't think that mic's on.
Is it on now? Mark, can you hear me? Okay. All right. Gail Wildheimer, 1282 Rydal Road. I do have party status, along with, it looks like we have about 50 other neighbors who could fit in the room and others in overflow. I want to address procedurally a number of things, both to make the record clear and in light of Mr. McHugh's inappropriate email, which copied some of the commissioners that will be deciding this matter regarding his perception, although inaccurate perception, of settlement discussions in this matter.
I'd like to make an objection to inclusion of anything regarding settlement discussions in the record of the matter, the conditional use hearing.
I will not be addressing
You will not be
specifics.
addressing the particulars, you're just
Correct.
referencing the email. I'll
And the,
overrule the
and the
objection.
inappropriateness of the email, which is why I think it's important to state the procedural history in this matter. For the record, prior to today, this conditional use application had 2 full hearing dates, the last listing being almost 2.5 years ago on November 29th, 2023. After the November 29th hearing, this matter was next scheduled for January 30th, 2024. We had each of the hearings in present, we had close to 100 people in person and many more participating on Zoom. A similar crowd was planning on appearing on January 30th, when a few hours before the hearing, the applicants asked to continue that hearing, saying they wanted to engage in communications with the community. The community did not object to that continuance at the time, hoping that there would be some good faith discussions, and I will not go into any of the details of the discussions. What is important is there was absolutely no effort on behalf of the applicant to engage any of the more than 40 households with party status in any substantive or any.
I'm going
Let
to
me-
end object, because
I-
it's
I-
going into, I don't think it's, relevant to anything that's going on before Mr. Clark as the hearing officer.
What is
hearing officer
relevant,
this
if I may respond, what is
And
relevant.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, but we're gonna start tightening this up very
I
quickly.
am going to tighten up.
Yep.
It was not until members of this community engaged counsel in the spring to get this matter back on track that there were any communications between the applicant and members of this community. It took a long time to get to this date. It was originally scheduled unilaterally in August of 2025, when the majority of the neighbors were unavailable and it was continued. Starting at that time, the neighbors who have been involved have been asking for documentation in support of the next hearing date consistently. It was not until this morning at 6:59 a.m. that Mr. McHugh provided additional documentation to any member with party status. One of the documents that was provided at 6:59 this morning was actually prepared days after the last hearing in 2023. Some of the documents clearly were provided to the township, but not to anyone else, and that does create a prejudice to the individuals with party status. Mr. McHugh has been counsel for a long time. He knows better than to preclude opposition from being able to review documents in advance. So we do object to the last-minute exhibits and may need time today to fully review them, since they were not able to be downloaded on individual computers, nor were they able to be printed. So, Mr. McHugh, if you have additional copies at this time, we would appreciate a hard copy, since what you provided was not able to be printed or downloaded. Do you have any hard copies at this
Hard
time?
copies, I have them available on the flash drive.
How is that helpful to all of us here today when you sent them this morning at 6:59?
They're all accessible through the link.
Okay, that was not accurate to those of us, so it's an objection. Additionally, while I appreciate, as the hearing officer, you have the right to set up the room however you wish, it is on behalf of the neighbors an objection to the optics of having the applicants sitting at the commissioner's table when it is not as equally accessible for the people with party status to access their documents without having a table. In this matter, Mrs. Driscoll, as in the last 2 hearings, we are going to have a different neighbor taking the lead for each witness. Kathy Driscoll will be taking the lead, and then there will be other people with party status who will have additional questions that we anticipate for the witnesses. But I do want to just detail the fact that this community has been ready, willing, and able to go forward. It has been 2 years and 4 months since the last listing of this matter. We look forward to it coming to an end, but we look forward for it to come to an end with fairness and access to the documents. So with that, I would ask that if Ms. Driscoll needs it for her questioning, that she be permitted to sit at a table.
So the 2 objections are you're asking to preclude the exhibits that were sent this morning by Mr. McHugh, and you were objecting essentially to the setup, the way the room is set up.
The setup being that is not equal access to everyone, and that is secondary. What is primary is if there is, I object to the inclusion of any last-minute exhibits without full disclosure, so I would ask that they be precluded. If they're not going to be precluded, they were not provided to us in any way that is accessible or reviewable. and they were provided at 6:59 a.m. today, when they've been asked for consistently since last August, and specifically Mrs. Driscoll had direct emails with Mr. McHugh in February, and they were provided today when they were clearly prepared in advance of today.
Mr.
Can
Clark,
I
I
respond?
do want to note for the record that the township did not receive any of the additional exhibits that weren't already introduced in this hearing in advance prior to the email sent this morning by Mr. McHugh.
So let me deal with the two issues, and I'll turn to Mr. McHugh briefly in a second regarding the exhibit question. Regarding the setup of the room, I understand this may not be the best setup for everyone. We will attempt as best we can to accommodate anyone who is asking questions. If they need more space than standing at the podium, if they need to sit over there, so they have documents out in front of them when they're asking questions, we'll do our best to accommodate them. I will note for the record that at the hearings at Penn State, as I'd mentioned before, the applicant was seated at a table at the front of the room. Everyone with party status was back in the chairs. I've been representing Abington Township for about 13 years. I can count on one hand the amount of times this room has been this full. I can also count on no hands how many times we've done something on a Saturday where we've had a hearing officer set up. So we're doing our best to accommodate, to make sure that everyone is here and to make sure that we're able to run these hearings. So I'm going to overrule that objection. Mr. McHugh, would you like to be heard on the issue of the exhibits being forwarded at 7 o'clock this morning?
I provided a full list of all exhibits, including the ones that were previously identified and marked and admitted, I believe, at the beginning of the hearing. Many of the exhibits that are part of that packet were submitted with the application, including Ms. Koza's initial trip generation analysis and Mr. Babbitt's report. The other documents are curriculum vitae of both of those witnesses. There were subsequent reports, which I believe were submitted in advance of the hearing that was ultimately continued 2 years ago. The final exhibit is another supplemental report by Ms. Koza that was completed last night and forwarded this morning, just providing an update of the trip generation. They will fully be testified to and will be subject to cross-examination.
But if we cannot access it to review it, I mean, the fact that it was completed last night is inappropriate. But if the community cannot access it, and Mr. McHugh doesn't bring hard copies for us to try to look through while she's testifying, he is prejudicing the members of the community with party status.
Mr. McHugh, do you want to speak briefly to the issue of the requirements in a conditional use hearing for providing information ahead of time?
I don't know that there is any in the MPC or in the zoning ordinance. We're provided to provide our witnesses. Our witnesses will testify. I think the fact that we're providing them in advance, if anything, is a courtesy.
Additionally, Mr. Clark, only to contrast what Mr. McHugh said, only 5 of the exhibits sent this morning were previously provided.
I'm going to overrule the objection. We're going to proceed. If people need time to review the exhibits that were provided this morning, we will do our best to provide that time. I'm sure we're going to take a couple of breaks today. Depending on the length of Mr. McHugh's witnesses, there will probably be a lunch break, so there will be an opportunity. I will find Ms. McIlvain and make eye contact with her, and perhaps at some point shortly we can get maybe a half a dozen copies of what Mr. McHugh sent over this morning. And since Ms. Driscoll is going to be taking the lead for the neighbors, we'll try to maybe get her a copy as quickly as we can.
Mr. Clark, the one thing I would ask, which is not relevant to this hearing but for future hearings, we have members of our community that have party status, that have mobility issues, and have been participating on Zoom. We would ask when it comes time for the community to present testimony or comment that they not be precluded from providing that testimony by Zoom.
So I think if we have that information ahead of time, so we know who actually falls into that category. I think what our concern is just opening it up generally to people online. We have no idea who's who. I think if we know who we're dealing with beforehand, we can take certain steps. Again, we'll talk to the IT people. There might be an opportunity to put them in a separate category where they can participate. So we can definitely
do
look at
that.
that. We can definitely look at that moving forward.
Just a note, and we would appreciate hard copies. It appears it's over 200 pages of exhibits that were sent this morning. So, all right. Well, with that, we will look forward to getting the exhibits before participating in cross-examination.
Yes. No, you need to come forward, please.
This is just a courtesy question. My name is
Your
Bruce
name.
Bach, B-A-C-H, and I live at 1408 Stockton. I am deaf, and so I have I'm watching your lips, and I can hear a little bit with assisted hearing. But as a courtesy to those of us who are over 74 years of age, I would appreciate it and the kindness of trying to speak as clearly as possible, because it's very hard to follow otherwise. Thank you, sir.
Understood. And as someone who wears hearing aids, I empathize. Okay, Mr. McHugh, can you call your first witness?
Yeah, I would call Sandy Koza as my first witness.
Yes. Sandy Koza.
Sandy, can you make sure that your microphone is turned on and towards you? The green light should be on the base.
The green light's on. Here we
Okay.
go. It's better.
Will this display from here? Good morning. Matthew McHugh on behalf of the applicant. Ms. Koza, could you please identify yourself for the record?
Sandy Koza.
And you have a number of documents that are in front of you. The first one, which has been marked as Exhibit A6, can you please identify that?
Yeah, that's my curriculum vitae.
And can you please describe how you're employed?
I'm employed at Bowman. Bowman acquired McMahon Associates, who I formerly worked for, so I've been employed at the same company for 25 and a half years as a traffic engineer.
And do you have any, can you just describe your educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science and a Master's of Science in Civil Engineering from Penn State. I'm also registered as a professional engineer in Pennsylvania as well as multiple other states, and I also have a professional traffic operations engineer certificate from the Institute of Transportation Engineers.
Okay, and Exhibit A6, is that a complete or snapshot of your relevant experience as a traffic engineer in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And have you ever testified before a municipal board or a hearing officer in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and have you been accepted previously as an expert in traffic engineering?
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with the subject site at 1209 Rydal Road?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the project that is being proposed and is the subject of this conditional use application?
Yes.
And in fact, have you worked on this particular site other than the subject project that is before the hearing officer this morning?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Mr. Clark, I would offer Ms. Koza as an expert in traffic engineering based on her testimony and her qualifications set forth on Exhibit A6. We're happy to go through in greater detail, but I believe at least your office is likely familiar with Ms. Koza.
So Mr. McHugh is offering Ms. Koza as an expert in traffic engineering. One of the questions he just asked her is whether or not she has been qualified as an expert before municipal boards, zoning hearing boards for conditional use hearings, and other hearings of that nature previously, and she indicates she has. For all of your information, my office has qualified Ms. Koza as an expert in traffic engineering on several occasions. Mr. McHugh is offering her as an expert, so that means her testimony will be given the weight of an expert. If anyone who has party status wishes to question Ms. Koza regarding her qualifications, not about her report, not about the testimony she's about to give, but about her qualifications, you should come forward right now and you can question Ms. Koza. Is there anyone who wishes to question Ms. Koza regarding her qualifications as an expert? Seeing no hands, Ms. Koza will be qualified as an expert in traffic engineering. Mr. McHugh, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Okay, Ms. Koza, I'm now going to direct your attention to a document that's included in your packet, pre-marked as Exhibit A7 and dated July 28th, 2023. Can you describe to us what that letter is?
Yes, this was a letter that was put together that went through the trip generation characteristics, and it also looked at the parking requirements and supply and demand for the site that is proposed here.
Okay, and can you describe, I guess, starting with your trip generation analysis, can you describe the analysis that you went through and the conclusions you reached?
Yes, for the trip generation, that's actually on the second page of the report here. There's a table that documents that. It's based on the trip generation manual, the 11th edition, that was published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. And we looked for similar land use codes to what is being proposed here. So we used land use code 254, which is assisted living, and as well as land use code 252, senior adult housing, multifamily. And that's what we use to project what is listed in the table as the current proposed life care facility. When we looked at the trip generation, we did it two ways. One in which we looked at the adjacent street peak hour, which is usually your 1 hour between 7 to 9, and your 1 hour between 4 and 6. And then we also looked at what ITE classifies as the peak hour of generator. And this is basically your highest morning AM peak. It could be any time after 9 o'clock as well as the afternoon peak, which could be anywhere from 12 p.m. to midnight, something like that.
So let's just stop you real quick. Can you use the term ITE? Can you just explain what that is?
ITE is an abbreviation for the Institute of Transportation Engineers.
And is that a manual or a document that is frequently used in your profession?
Yes, it is an industry standard.
And what does that provide?
It provides a data set for each of these individual land uses that goes through the number of studies that have been submitted for each of the land uses, and then it documents the number of trips that were counted at each of those various sites across the country that were compiled in the manual.
Okay, and so for this particular project and this analysis, you looked at land use code 254, assisted living,
Yes,
and then land use code 252, senior adult housing?
yes.
Okay. And then you were talking about peak and non-peak. I think you were going through, can you just describe that again, what the difference between peak and non-peak?
The adjacent street peak is usually something that occurs when you have a commuter traffic out there. So that's usually between 7 and 9 a.m. And then it's also in the afternoon, it's between the hours of 4 and 6. Those are typically your commuter peak hours. The way that we also looked at it was we wanted to do an evaluation to see in case there were shift changes, because this does have an assisted living component to it, what they call the peak hour of generator. And those are times that could occur after those commuter peaks. So the trips might be higher in those cases. And that's basically what we're seeing here. They are slightly higher during those peak hours of generator.
And did you come to a conclusion as to the total number of trips that would be generated as a result of this project?
Yes. In the morning, based on the peak hour of generator, we're looking at up to 36 total trips entering and exiting. And in the afternoon, we're looking at a total of 43 trips total exiting and entering.
And did you come to a conclusion on the total number of trips regardless of peak versus non-peak?
Yes, for a typical day, the 11th edition was projecting a total of 387 trips throughout the 24-hour period.
And that is all cars entering and exiting the site?
Yes, it's both entering and exiting.
Okay. Were you aware of, and did you work on a prior proposal for a townhome development on this site?
Yes, at one point, we looked at this site as if it was going to be a transit-oriented development, and townhomes were proposed on the site.
And that was a proposed 34-unit townhome development?
Yes, that proposed 34 townhome units at the time, and we also did...
It's a comparison point.
Not relevant.
We're going to overrule the objection. She can answer.
Okay, and did you provide a comparison of what the trips for the proposed senior living facility would be versus the proposed or the anticipated trips from the proposed townhome development?
Yes, we did, and that was based on Land Use Code 220 multifamily housing, what they consider low-rise, which is any townhome that's less than 3 stories high.
And
So-
what was your conclusion there?
During the morning, it was going to generate 40 total trips, and during the weekday afternoon, that type of use would generate up to 49 trips. So they were very similar in terms of the peak hour trips for that same type of layout. And then there was more trips generated by the proposed life care facility, what we're calling the life care facility with the assisted living and the independent living, than to townhomes, but that's probably because there's shift changes with and employees at this type of facility that's being proposed. Can we take a break? That's actually my phone
Yeah.
making the alarm. Sorry. I apologize. I forgot I had an alarm set for my normal wake-up time on Saturday.
So that's probably a good reminder for everyone. If everyone could just make sure their cell phones are off, that'd be great.
So your conclusion as respect to the traffic generation between the townhome use versus the senior living use?
Is that they were very similar in terms of what we were looking at in terms of the peak hour traffic, but then slightly more on a typical 24-hour weekday.
Okay. And is all of that information that you just provided, is that summarized in Table 1 of your letter?
Yes, and one of the reasons that the letter is so long and that we have a lot of attachments in there is we have included the pages from the manual as reference for everyone else who doesn't have access to the manual.
And is that something typically available only to traffic engineers?
Yes, it is available to other traffic engineers.
Okay. As part of your analysis in this Exhibit A7, did you also do an analysis of the Woodland Road access?
Yes, we did look at the Woodland Road access in terms of the site distance there and the frontage and potentially what would be proposed out there in terms of how it would operate and how it should be laid out.
And you did I think we can move further into this in a minute, but you did a further analysis of what that site distance and the access on Woodland Road would be?
Yes, yes.
But before we get to that, I'll just move to what's in this letter, the Exhibit A7. Did you do a parking analysis as well?
Yes, we also looked at the parking to see what the required parking was based on the zoning requirements of the township.
And did you do any other analysis other than the township zoning requirements?
Yes, we also looked at the Institute of Transportation Engineers has a parking generation manual. So we also compared that as well to see if the parking that is being required by the township as well as what's being proposed for the site would be adequate for the actual demand based on various studies that were done for the manual.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I would object to any questions along these lines. What is relevant is the zoning code for Abington Township, not what a national publication suggests might be appropriate.
Mr. McHugh, you want to respond?
Sure. I think part of our conditional use standards are we're required to show compliance with the zoning ordinance, but also general safety, health, and welfare. And this is just another further analysis of whether there's sufficient parking meets the demand beyond what the zoning ordinance requires.
And she's using this as a basis for getting to the point that you just made?
Correct.
Okay, the objection's overruled, she can answer.
Okay, so is this analysis on parking similar to what we just discussed on trip generation?
Yes, and before we get there, I should just point out that we are meeting the township's requirement for 118 parking spaces. That's what we are supplying on site. So when we looked at the parking generation manual in terms of what it's projecting for the parking demand for the site, that actually works out to be less spaces than what the township is requiring. So in either case, we are providing adequate parking for the site because the parking demand based on the manual is coming out as 82 spaces, which would be lower. So we
Okay.
are providing the amount that the township is requiring.
Right, so the site will, in your opinion, would be technically overparked?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection leading.
I'm happy to rephrase. Do you have an
Okay,
opinion?
no, it's okay, just objection sustained, try not to lead your witness.
I'll do my best. Thank you, Mr. Clark. Can you just describe the analysis that you went through regarding the ITE data that's available for this particular use?
Yes, we looked at the fifth generation manual of the parking generation manual, and we used Land Use Code 252, which they call senior adult housing attached in this case for that manual. And we looked at their required, which was 0.67 spaces per unit, and this was for the 46 independent living units, and that would then generate approximately 31 parking spaces. We also looked at the assisted living, and because of the way the Land Use Code 254 is, it had different variables that it used. So it looked at occupied spaces, occupied bed, the number per unit for that type of use. It also looked at the number of employees. So based on those variables, the highest generator for parking demand actually works out to be based on a per bed unit for the assisted living, and that works out to be 51 spaces for the 88 beds that were proposed for that use. And the 51 and the 31 was how we were getting to the 82 parking demand, which we think would be the actual parking demand for the site. So with the 118 spaces that are being provided and required by the township code, we think there will be adequate parking for the facility.
In your analysis, you referenced the 85th percentile rate for parking demand in the ITE manual. Is there a reason you utilize that number?
In this case, yes, I wanted to provide a more conservative estimate. Basically, with the manual, you can use the average or you can use a higher number that they have because they do provide those percentages. And basically what it's doing is when it looks at these other sites, you're giving in ITE the maximum number from those other sites. So when it averages them out, it's averaging all of those maximums out. But when it's looking at the 85th percentile, it's then saying 85% of those other sites that it's looking at are at or above or below that level. So the 85th percentile is higher than the average rate.
So it's a more conservative parking analysis than the average?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection leading again.
Technically, he's leading, but Mr. McHugh, just try to be careful. I'll sustain that objection again. So, but just try to be careful.
Great, thank you, Mr. Clark.
Yeah.
Ms. Koza, we spoke previously about this letter and the Woodland Road access analysis. Did you prepare a subsequent report addressing the access and intersection?
Yes, we did.
And is that in front of you what has been pre-marked as Exhibit A8?
Yes.
For the record, I just want to again reiterate, this was provided at 6:59 a.m. this morning.
Ms. Koza, the report you're reading from is dated, the first report you were reading from is dated July 28, 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And the second report is that you're now going to speak about is November 29th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. McHugh, just so the record's clear, was the July 28th, 2023 letter included with the application?
The first report, Exhibit A7, was included with the application.
But the November 29th, 2023 letter was not included with the application?
It was not included with the application. It was prepared subsequent to the second conditional use hearing. I believe it was, I don't have records in front of me, but I believe we submitted it as a potential exhibit for the anticipated third hearing back in 2023, which was continued.
Okay. And Ms. Driscoll, I note that you were noting that for the record, that there wasn't an objection being made. Because the objections are.
But I just want to make sure
Right.
that it's noted for the record, and I also want to expand upon that objection to state that this was not provided until this morning in advance, despite the fact that the last hearing we had was indeed on November 29th,
Okay.
2020.
Okay. I've already ruled on the objection regarding the reports. So respectfully, there do not need to be things noted for the record. If you're going to ask questions or at some subsequent time, you can make that aware so it is part of the record.
And I'll just
Continue, Mr. McHugh.
note, Mr. Clark, that while this document is 112 pages in length, there's only 5 pages to or 4 pages to the letter. The remaining are appendices and attachments.
Okay.
Ms. Koza, you have Exhibit A8 in front of you? A8?
Yes, I do.
And is that a letter that you've prepared in connection with this matter?
Yes, it is.
And can you please describe the contents of that letter?
Yes, this letter builds upon what we did with the trip generation evaluation, and that we actually went out and did counts at the intersection of Woodland Road and Valley Road in November of 2023.
And can you describe what you mean by performing counts?
Yes, a camera was set up at the intersection, and it documented the turning movements from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the subject intersection.
And what did those counts reveal?
That is what we use to determine the peak hours at the actual intersection for the morning, the commuter peak hour between 7 and 9 a.m., and the afternoon peak hour between 4 and 6 p.m.
Okay, so you have ITE data, and then you have traffic count data. Can you
Yes.
explain how they work in context with each other?
Yes, so the point of doing this was for us to do an evaluation of the intersection of Woodland and Valley Road, as well as to evaluate the 2 site accesses that were proposed for the project here to determine how they would operate. So what we did in this study was we took those peak hour volumes and we projected them based upon regional growth rates in the area, based on PennDOT data, and we projected them out for 4 years into the future at that time. So it was projected to 2027. And then what we did was we layered on top of there the peak hour of generator traffic that we had seen in the first report from Table 1 on top of those peak hour volumes.
Okay, and how did those compare based on the ITE data that you looked at in the original letter?
The ITE data is what we added on top of there. There are figures in the report that go over that. I believe it's figure 3 shows the net trips and how we assign the trips to the area and the intersection.
Okay, and did you do a analysis of what the capacity on Woodland Road would be or the level of service?
Yes, we did. We looked at the level of service with the development of the site, and basically at the stop-controlled intersection, we were looking at level of service C or better.
And can you just describe what a level of service
Yes,
analysis is?
basically, the level of service is a letter grade that's assigned to the intersection, and in this case, it's assigning it to that stop-controlled movement. And it looks basically at the time that people have to wait there at that stop-controlled intersection. So depending on the amount of time you have to stop, it assigns a letter. So typically, anything that's less than 10 seconds is about a letter of service A, and then when we're looking at letter of service C in this case, it's just above 15 to 25 seconds of delay per vehicle.
Okay, and what type of movements are we talking about on the particular site onto Woodland Road here?
Which movements are you referring to?
Just can you describe all of the potential options to enter and exit the site?
Oh, yes. So with our site, we have two accesses. So for the southern access, we were looking at making that right out only. And then for the northern access, we were looking at making that a left-in, right out only access. And we were looking at modifying that access and angling it to promote those types of movements a bit. And that's something that still has to be looked at and refined as part of the land development process and the design of the intersection itself.
Okay, I'm showing you what has been marked as Exhibit A10. Is this a diagram that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
And what is it showing?
This is showing how we would potentially angle that intersection a bit more for the northern driveway to make it left in and right out only.
And when you're talking to the northern driveway, can we
Yes.
orient everybody to which driveway you're referring to?
This is the intersection that's furthest away from Valley Road.
Okay. So this is above, is it above where the buildings are located on the site plan?
Yes, it is at the property boundary or near the property boundary.
And I'm going to pull up the conditional use plans, just if that's helpful. I'm drawing your attention to what was previously marked as Exhibit A3. So you referenced two particular access driveways, right?
Yes.
Okay, starting from bottom of the plan.
Yes, there's a southern driveway there, and that one was signed to be right out only.
Okay. And then, is there another driveway on the
Yes,
site?
further to the north, closer to the property boundary, there is a northern driveway, and on the conditional use plan, that was shown as full movement, which would allow for all left turn movements in, left turn movements out, as well as right in and right out movements.
Okay. And orienting, you mentioned Valley Road. Can you just identify where Valley Road is?
Valley Road is to the south along Woodland Avenue, and Woodland Avenue is a T intersection at that point, and it has stop control along it. On it, yes.
And I'm pointing to, is that area where you're talking about, right there?
Yes, that is the subject intersection.
Okay. All right, so going
Mr.
back.
Mr. McHugh, I'm going to interrupt you for a second.
Sure.
It is 10:17 a.m., and I want it noted for the record that Ms. McIlvaine has just provided copies of your emails this morning to Ms. Driscoll and Ms. Wellheimer.
Just to clarify, she printed as much as she thought could be relevant, but not all hundreds of pages that came. So we are going to do our best to go through this as we are sitting here having it in practice.
Also noted for the record.
Yeah, I can provide the list that I provided.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so returning back to Exhibit A10, is this a modification to the northern driveway that you just described?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that proposing?
We're proposing to make the driveway left in and right out only. So we're trying to angle the driveway a little bit more. And one of the things that we're looking at is also changing the radius of the northern part of the driveway to reduce that, to try to prevent people from making turns and heading north on Woodland Avenue as they exit the site.
So how will the driveway now function? Which movements are permitted into this driveway?
That would be left in and right out.
And is there any way on Woodland Road to make a right into the site?
No,
Okay.
not with the way that this is proposed.
And is there any way to make a left out onto the site, or onto Woodland Road from the site?
No.
And what benefit or impact does this modification have on the traffic patterns and impact that the site would have?
It orients the traffic towards Valley Road to the south, and then it would keep the traffic from the site from going north on Woodland Road where there are more residences.
Is there anything else you'd like to add regarding the modifications and to the access points?
No.
Okay. You mentioned, I think Mr. Clark identified that the two letters we just discussed were prepared in 2023.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to draw your attention to what's been pre-marked as Exhibit A9. Is that a letter that you prepared?
Yes.
And what does that letter show?
Basically, the reason that we did this update and why it's so recent is we did additional counts because it's been 3 years since that prior study was done and the counts were obtained. And typically, industry standards are that your count should be within 3 years of when you are presenting your data. So we did updated counts in February of 2026, again at the same times from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Day of the week, sorry.
Yeah, it was a Wednesday, February 18th.
Okay, this is going to be another good time to say that you can't yell out. I understand, but if there's something she says that's not clear and you want to explore it when you have the opportunity to ask questions, that's fine. But we cannot have people yelling out because we're making a record here. Mr. Mangiardi needs to take everything down. He doesn't know who's yelling out. It's going to create problems with the record. Thank you.
Ms. Coase, I just want to go back a little bit. What is the overall summary of what this letter is? Can you describe what it contains and why you prepared it?
So it contains updated counts. So we had wanted to compare those counts to the counts that were done in 2023. It also includes an update to the trip generation evaluation because a new manual came out. So there's a 12th edition of the manual that recently came out in August of 2025. And then it also includes the same information related to the parking demand as well based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers Parking Generation Manual, because they also came out with a 6th edition of the manual in October of 2023, which was not available for us until after sometime in 2024, basically, because that's when they actually published it and made the data available.
So is this meant to supplement and update your prior two letters?
Yes, it is, and it's meant to show that the results are very similar to what we had done before, especially in terms of the turning movements here. So there is a figure provided, and I believe it's figure 1, and it shows the volume during the peak hours from 2023. I believe it's on page 5 of the PDF. So the bottom half shows the original 2023 volumes at the intersection, and the upper part of the figure here shows the 2026 peak hour volumes. And the volumes were very similar to what they were in 2023.
And what is the significance of that?
That shows us that if we were to redo this study using current standards, we would end up with the same results in terms of the level of service and operations for the driveway as well as the intersection of Woodland Road and Valley Road.
So did this supplement or update change your opinions or your conclusions with respect to trip generation or site access?
No, it did not.
Okay. And what is your professional opinion regarding the trip generation of this site?
That it would remain at similar levels. When we looked at the peak hours and we compared the two manuals to one another using those same land use codes, the peak hour trips, the total were within 1 or 2 trips of what we had previously looked at. The daily trips, for some reason, in the new manual, the number of daily trips did go up by almost 181 vehicles per day. But again, that might have to do with shift changes and things that are occurring based on the number of employees and other factors that might have changed in the manual itself.
Okay. And did you also look at site distance as part of this analysis?
Yes, we had also looked at site distance as part of the analysis back in the November letters. And hold on, it was either, actually, the July letter is where we looked at the site distance. So we
That's
had.
Exhibit A7?
Yes, that's Exhibit A7. So there is a site distance evaluation in which we measured the site distance at the northern driveway. And when we had measured that, it was as if it was going to be a full movement because the July report, that was what it was based on, was that driveway being full movement. And we also looked at the southern driveway being right out only. So we were showing that we were close to meeting the desirable, what PennDOT considers the desirable site distances based on the speeds and the grades, and that we were meeting the minimum required safe site distance
And that was
for
with the
those
full movement
intersections.
woodland access?
Yes.
And how does that change with the proposed modification to a left-in, right-out?
We would only be looking at one of the movements in terms of looking out, and that would probably be the looking to the left movement, which we do have adequate site distance for that, because that's what's needed to make the right turn out of the access.
So you're just eliminating two of the potential movements?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to whether there's adequate site distance for these access points?
Yes, we believe that there will be once this is fully built and designed. There is going to be some vegetation clearing along the site frontage, obviously, and there's sidewalks that are being proposed along the frontage. So that also will help to create clear sight lines along the frontage.
And will those be designed as part of the land development process?
Yes, and all of that will be confirmed as part of the land development process as well.
In your 2026 update, you mentioned that you looked at updating the trip generation.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and is that summarized in Table 2?
Yes, Table 2 shows what the traffic generation would be if we had used the 12th edition instead of the 11th edition.
And was there any discernible difference between those?
The discernible difference is only with the daily traffic, in that the 11th edition was showing 387 trips, and the 12th edition was showing 524 daily trips. With the weekday morning and the weekday afternoon trips, which is shown on Table 3 of the study, we were only looking at a change of 1 trip in the morning and 2 additional trips in the afternoon. And we believe those could easily be accommodated at the site accesses in the intersection without changing the overall results.
Does the updated 12th edition information change your opinion as to what the impact of the trip generation would be on the site, the surrounding area?
No, it does not.
And do you have a professional opinion as to whether there would be a significant impact as a result of the trip generation coming from this site?
I think the site intersections, the accesses, as well as the adjacent intersection of Woodland Road and Valley Road are adequate, and they can accommodate the additional traffic associated with the site development, and there would not be any adverse impacts.
Okay. As part of your 2026 update, did you look at the parking demand?
Yes, we had looked at that too, just to make sure that the parking demand was not going to change with the new manual. And basically with the updated manual information, it was showing that the parking demand for the site would go up by potentially, I believe it was 1 space to, actually it went down to 80 spaces from the 82 that was previously shown for the parking demand for the site.
Does the updated information change your opinion as to whether there is adequate parking available on site for the use?
No, it does not. We believe that there still will be adequate parking with 118 spaces that are being provided and required by the township code.
Do you have any reason to believe that this particular project would operate from a traffic and parking perspective any differently than a standard senior living facility?
No, we do not.
Okay. You were present for some of the prior hearings in this matter?
Yes, I was.
And did you listen or did you hear testimony regarding emergency services and their access to the site?
Yes, we had heard some testimony about that and some questions about emergency service access and how those vehicles would get to and from the site.
Okay, and I'm going to show you, well, did you take any steps in regard to that receipt of that testimony?
Yes, we did. We looked at some of the area ambulance and fire services providers to see where exactly they were located in proximity to the site. And then what we did was we mapped those locations as well as area hospitals to and from the site to see how they would travel to get to the site.
So I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as Exhibit A11. Is this a document that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
And on page 1, can you just identify what is contained there?
Yes, that's just a list of the area fire and ambulance services that are in the area that serve Abington Township. And those were put together back in 2023. And then we also had listed down there 2 area hospitals, Abington Hospital and Holy Redeemer Hospital. They are both in the area, and they both have emergency services at their hospitals that they provide.
And for each of these fire companies and hospitals, what did you do as part of your analysis?
What we did was, the next few pages show this. What we did was we actually did a map that shows the travel time, typical travel times between those sites and our location. And it shows different routes and how long the travel time would be going to and from them, and how the traffic and those vehicles could potentially be routed.
So Route 1, can you just identify this?
Give me a minute. Okay, so Route 1 is with the Abington Fire Company.
And the red dot, what is the red dot here?
The red dot on the right-hand side of the screen, that is the general location of the site along Woodland Avenue.
Okay.
And then on the left-hand side is probably the location of the fire company near 1176 Old York Road. So this is showing the general route, and the lower route is probably the route that would be preferred to go to and from there. And that does support the movements at the driveway in terms of the left in and the right out only on the northern access.
And when you say the lower route, you mean the route that is highlighted in blue?
Yes.
Okay, or mostly in blue?
Excuse me?
Mostly in blue?
Yes, mostly in blue.
Can you identify what's on this this page of the exhibit?
Yes, this was just, the second route here was showing McKinley Fire Company, where they are in Elkins Park, and the general travel route for them to get to and from the site as well. And that, again, because they're to the south of the site, it would be something where they would be making those left in and right out movements as they make it to their site access.
And again, what does the red dot indicate?
The red dot is the location of the site.
Okay. You identify what's contained on this exhibit, or this portion of the exhibit?
Yes, Route 3 was for the Welding Fire Company in Glenside, and they are located to the west of the site, and the red dot is located on the east side, again showing a blue route that potentially would be the drive time to and from the site.
Okay, and again, the red dot represents?
The site.
Yeah. Can you identify what's shown on this portion of the exhibit?
The next route was for the Edge Hill Fire Company, which is in North Hills. And again, this was looking at where they are. They are located to the west of the site again. And the red dot in this case, which represents the site, is shown on the right side of the mapping here.
Next page, can you identify what is on this portion of the exhibit?
Yes, this one is for the Roslyn Fire Company, which is located in Roslyn, PA. And again, they're located to the west of the site, and our site is located in the lower right part of this with the red dot.
Okay. The next document, can you identify what's on this page?
Yes, this one was showing the potential routing between our site which is now on the upper left part of the screen with the red dot, and where the Holy Redeemer Hospital is, which also has an emergency services that they provide there in case any of those calls would be routed to that hospital.
Okay. And then, can you describe what's on this exhibit?
Yes, the next one is for the Jefferson Abington Hospital. So that shows, again, they're located to the northwest of the site, and our site is located in the lower right part with the red dot. So there are two potential travel routes for this, and they are within a minute of one another in terms of how they would get to and from the site.
Okay. So do you have an opinion as to what these exhibits show and the accessibility of emergency services to the site?
Yes, they show that most of the emergency services are within 10 minutes of the site, and that with those, they can make the left in and the right out without having to go north on Woodland Avenue, because they're within a minute of those travel times if they would go north on Woodland Avenue.
Okay. You previously mentioned that you worked on a potential transit-oriented development for the site.
Yes, we had looked at that when it was previously proposed as a transit-oriented development to provide townhomes.
And as a result, or in connection with that, did you prepare?
Objection, townhomes are irrelevant to this proceeding. We ask that be precluded.
Mr. McHugh, you want to respond?
Yeah, I'll give an offer of proof in this respect, that she's going to testify as to the pedestrian connections available for this property. It was performed as part of analysis for the townhome project.
And in proving that or presenting testimony regarding that, is it part of the conditional use criteria in order to establish that?
I think there's been questions regarding pedestrian connectivity to the site and the surrounding area, so I think it's relevant in that regard.
To the conditional use criteria?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to overrule the objection, but you're going to need to link this to the conditional use criteria pretty quickly.
Okay.
Thanks.
No, sure. Ms. Koza, did you perform an analysis of pedestrian options for this particular property?
Yes, we had looked at whether or not it was possible for anyone to walk to and from the site and to go to one of the transit stations that are in the area that provide regional rail services.
And is that analysis performed on Exhibit A13 in front of you?
Yes, this just provided an overview of where those regional rail services were. And then there's an exhibit that shows the distance and the potential path that would have to be walked by a pedestrian to get there. And then one of the other things that we had looked at in here.
I'm just showing, before we stop you, Exhibit A, can you just describe that to that analysis?
Yeah, Exhibit A just shows how far away we are from one of those transit stations. So we're showing that we're about a quarter of a mile, 2,100 feet. And then this shows our site going to the Rydal train station, which is the closest
And when you
regional
say
rail
this-
station.
When you say this, do you mean, are you referencing Exhibit B that's on the screen?
Yes, that's what Exhibit B is showing. It's showing our site, and then you can see the 2,132 feet that someone would potentially have to walk to go down Woodland to Valley and then to get to the Rydal train station.
Okay.
So we're going to stop for a second. If I can hear you talking, then Mr. McHugh, who's trying to examine his witness, clearly can hear you talking. Respectfully, please try to limit your conversation. Thank you.
Can you describe how the proximity to a train station is relevant to the operation of this potential assisted living facility?
Yes, we had heard some of the other witnesses prior to us at some of those previous hearings. They had brought up, and during cross-exam, they were questioned about the proximity to the train station and whether or not there were going to be any employees who potentially walked from the train station. And we just don't think that that's going to be something that occurs here in this case. We think all of the employees are going to be driving to and from this facility. And I think if we looked at Exhibit C, we can kind of see why there is not an existing pedestrian route here. There are limited sidewalks, even though we're proposing limited sidewalks in the area that exists that would provide a safe passage for anyone who would want to walk between our site on Woodland Avenue and down to the Rydal train station.
Okay. You've given a number of conclusions and opinions in this matter. Are those your professional opinions with respect to the development of this site?
Yes,
And are all those opinions given within a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
yes.
Those are all the questions I have of Ms. Koza.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to proceed with cross-examination of Ms. Koza. Those with party status will be permitted to question Ms. Koza, followed by questions, if any, from Mr. Heleniak on behalf of the township. Then there'll be a potential for redirect by Mr. McHugh, and then, if necessary, recross. Recross will be limited to anything that is explored on redirect. We're kind of following the rules of evidence here. We're going to allow those with party status who may be non-lawyers to get up and ask questions. We're not necessarily going to make you adhere to strict rules of evidence, but this is an opportunity to ask questions and not to get up and make statements. If you want to get up and ask questions, you're permitted to do so. Making a statement, I'll probably end up limiting that. With that, is there anyone with party status who wishes to question Ms. Koza?
Before we begin, can I need your name. Oh, I'm sorry.
And you need to come to the podium,
Sure,
please.
absolutely. My name is Steve Booth. I'm 1440, Steve Booth, sorry, B-O-O-T-H, 1440 Orchard Hill Lane. I have party status. Thank you for mentioning, I am not a lawyer. But what I would like to do is object. As I understand from Gail's discussion earlier, she objected to the entry of these documents.
And that objection has already been ruled on?
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. What I would like to object to as a layperson, the only information I had for this hearing from Mr. Heleniak, there would be 2 witnesses. Did not know the witnesses
Okay,
were.
that objection's already been ruled on.
Okay, what I'm going to object to, and again, tell me if I'm wrong, that we're being asked to respond to an expert witness as lay people with no access. What I would ask for is that there should be a continuance, that we're not all scrambling around reading these documents and then having to respond. I think it's very prejudicial for me as a party status person, as a layman, to hear this brand-new expert testimony and have to try to respond to this. I think we should have adequate time, which is not sit in a room for 10 minutes and read voluminous documents. So that's what I'm objecting to.
And that objection's overruled. Thank you. Is there anyone with party status who wishes to question Ms. Koza? We're going to go with in the front row here.
Hi, my name is Jamie Weiner. I live at Jamie Weiner, W-E-I-N-E-R. I live at 1012 Lindsay Lane. And I just noticed in your presentation that you had noted between the 11th and the 12th edition, one was 524 cars and one was 387 cars, and you noted a difference of 137 cars. I wasn't able to get your report ahead of time. Can you explain how that's not a material difference?
Because those numbers are based on a 24-hour basis. So that volume of traffic that you're looking at is divided out over 24 hours. The peak hours, the highest peak hours on any 24 hours are what we did the evaluation for, and those were the peak hours of generators from the study. So we still looked at those as the highest peak hours of generator for the site.
Do you know what's at the property now?
There's nothing, we assumed that there was nothing at the property. That's how we did our study, as if it was not
How about for the
generating.
past 10 years, what's been at the property?
I believe that there is one house on the property.
Do you know how many cars that generates in traffic?
It has no driveway onto Woodland Avenue Road.
So 0.
So yes, and that's what we assumed in our study as well.
Okay, so the community should assume that the change is going to be from 0 cars to 500 plus cars? Is that what it would say?
I think you need to take that into perspective in terms of what the intersection would then generate on a typical weekday as well, in terms of what it's already generating out there in terms of the traffic volume.
Excuse me, we're going to interrupt. Can you say your name again?
Jamie Weiner.
And do you have party status?
I do.
Where do you live?
1012 Lindsay Lane.
Mr. Weiner, did you ever appear in person prior to this hearing?
Yes, I have. That's all my questions.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the front row who wishes to ask any questions? Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clark, can we start with Mrs. Driscoll and then move from there? She was designated as the point person before.
Is that, okay, sure. Ms. Driscoll?
I don't, Mr. Warner.
Okay,
Yep. Ms. Driscoll, please come forward and.
all right, and I was going to ask Mr. Clark if we could have a brief break, considering the new documents that were provided this morning, just to quickly consult my neighbors.
It is 10:45. We will restart Ms. Koza's cross-examination at 10:55. Please cease all conversations or take them out in the hallway. Thank you. Ms. Driscoll, you have party status. My understanding is you have been designated by a group of the neighbors who have party status to ask questions of that witness, of this witness. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I'm sure there will be follow-ups from my neighbors on items that I possibly don't touch upon. So while I'm hoping to do the most of it, that might not necessarily be the case.
Okay. But you're here as a party and a neighbor and not as an attorney representing the other parties.
Oh, exactly right.
So
I have
the-
party status. I'm a
so-
neighbor. I
right,
live at
right. So-
1440 Woodland Road,
So you're,
just north of the site.
them asking you to take the lead on this does not preclude them from asking questions on their own. So-
Oh, exactly
Right.
right. I am
Yep,
simply
yep.
a neighbor
Yep. So
that
you-
was
you-
asked to take this particular piece.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Koza, I just want to, before we get started with any questioning, understand just exactly how many reports were authored, since we received some of these reports just this morning. What I have had in my possession was a report that you authored June 22nd, 2023. That was the first report that I saw that had to do with these facilities. Do you recall that report?
That one I do not recall. I don't have that in my collection of reports here.
All right. That report, I believe, was reviewed by the township, and in response to that, you authored your July 28th, 2023 report. Is that correct?
Yes, we do have the July 28th, 2023 report.
Okay, but you don't recall the earlier report, June 22nd, 2023, or any township remarks with reference to that report?
I don't have a copy of that report.
Okay, and then we have a report that's dated November 29th, 2023, which you testified to at great length this morning, and that was provided to us this morning. Is that correct? 11/29/2023.
Yes, I have that report.
Well, it helps if I would have these. Yes, on November 29th, 2023, there was actually a hearing on this application. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe there was.
Okay, and you were present, expecting to testify at that hearing?
Yes, I was.
All right, and this report was available at that hearing for you to testify, is that correct?
Yes, we were planning on bringing it into evidence that day so that everyone would have a copy of it then.
Okay, and everyone got a copy this morning at 6:59 a.m., is that correct?
I'm going to object to, first, the relevance, but also whether I don't think she has any knowledge as to when reports are provided.
Okay, I'll withdraw the question. And then let me see, I want to just make sure I have all your reports that you have. let me see, the what? Oh, I'm sorry. The report dated March 6th, 2026, that you testified to this morning.
Yes,
And you had the maps, that's A11, that you talked about, which was mapping fire and ambulance services.
yes,
And then you had what was identified, I believe, as A13, which was a analysis done when the developers had applied earlier to build townhouses, as opposed to the 2 life care facilities that are proposed now. Is that correct?
yes, and that other exhibit focused only on the transit connection.
Okay. So that was an exhibit that was available prior to this application, is that correct?
No, that one we were also planning on talking about at the November hearing if I had gotten to testify that night.
Okay, so it was available then, thank you. Are there any other reports or maps or diagrams
No,
that have been prepared that have not been presented today?
not by me, no.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so let me reference then your July 28th, 2023 report. You, I believe, testified that you based your analysis on the 11th edition of the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and your most recent report referenced a 12th edition, is that correct?
yes,
And that, you said, made no difference in your analysis from what you had stated in this, other than it actually increased the volume of traffic during the course of the day, is that correct?
over a 24-hour period, yes.
Okay.
But during the peak hours, there was really no difference.
Okay, I want to just quickly ask you a bit about the trip generation manual, which I believe you appended to that July 28th, 2023 report. The one you used, one section, was senior adult housing, section 252. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. In referencing that particular graph, and I'm sure you have it, I note, am I correct, that the data generated for that graph was the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s. Is that correct?
that's when they were getting them. So those were the general decades that they were getting this data from, yes.
Okay, so as long as 16 to 26 years ago for the data collection. Is that correct?
Yes, and this is relevant and this is industry standard, just so you know.
Okay. You had taken the figure that you used to project the volume of traffic for land use 252, senior adult housing, was based on the average number set forth in those graphs. Is that correct? Of
Yes,
vehicles traveling?
and that's typical to do that. So we either base it on the average rate shown on here or the equation.
Okay, I just want, though, to point out that there is a range for that. You chose an average number of vehicles for 46 units at 3.24 to get your number of 158, correct?
If that
Yes.
are you referring to the daily?
I'm referring to your graph that is included in your July 28th, 2023 report.
Which graph?
The graph, table 1.
So you're looking at the independent living for the daily, for 158 daily trips. That's what you're referring to?
Yes,
Which is
yes.
basically land use code 254.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second. Ashley, are you controlling the video, or is it being done from the podium?
The video is not being controlled by me. It's
Okay, but
in our
I mean,
video
about
production
putting
room.
up exhibits or anything on the screen, is that being
That
done?
is, yes, anything you see on the screen would be controlled by me.
Okay. Can you put this report up that's being referenced so that the audience can see it?
Sure. Could you give me the specific exhibit? Because I I do not have the exhibits on the screen in which
You know
it's
which one it
controlling
is,
the
Mr.
It's exhibit,
presentation.
A7 is the exhibit she's referencing
Okay,
right
it'll
now.
take me about a minute to download
Okay,
it
fine,
and
that's
transfer.
good, thank you. Mr. Driscoll, I think you can probably ask
Continue?
these
Yeah,
questions,
yeah,
and then
okay.
we'll pop.
So, I stand corrected. The land use 252 is the independent senior adult housing. Land use 254 is the assisted living. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let me stay with land use 252, amending that deals with the senior adult housing facility that is proposed, which consists of 42 units. In predicting the number of vehicles that will travel, you utilize the average of the range that was set forth in that manual. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it's based on, and that is industry standard.
Okay, but the range, however, runs from as high as 4.79 vehicles, which would then give you a total of 219 vehicles.
You base it on the average, you don't base it on the maximum.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was that
This is
graph-
based on industry standards. The township traffic engineer and the township engineer, I believe, have reviewed this July 28th report.
I'm
And they did
just-
not comment on these because this is industry standard, just so you know.
Okay, just to clarify, my question simply was, if you chose the outer range, 4.79, set forth in these graphs and in this manual that you referenced to support your numbers, the number of vehicles traveling that roadway would increase to 219 as opposed to 158. Is that correct?
But again, we're basing it on the
Yes or no?
average, which is standard.
Simple.
I cannot answer that because I don't have a
Ms.
calculator to do the math myself here to
Okay.
verify what she's saying.
Ms. Koza, if you're being asked a yes or no question, can you please answer it, and then if you want to explain, you can. If you're unable to answer the question, just say, I'm unable to answer the question.
I'm unable to answer the question because I do not have a calculator up here to check the math of what you're telling me in terms of this comparison.
Okay.
Okay, let's flip then to your, again, your trip generation characteristics, Table 1, in your July 28th, 2023 report with reference to the land use 254, which would be your independent living facility that is, the assisted living nursing home facility that is proposed. In that facility, we have 88 units, is that correct?
It's 88 beds, not units, 88 beds.
And the number of units is?
That would be on the site plan. We have to go back to the site plan.
Just give me a second, I'd like to have it. Excuse me.
According to the site plan, which I have pulled up, I don't know what exhibit it is. It's on sheet 1.
And just for the record, that's Exhibit A3 is the conditional use plan.
All right. You're correct. It's 88 beds, 74 units. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
All right.
It will not be up yet.
And with reference, again, to that particular graph contained in the Institute of Transportation Trip Generation Manual, 11th edition, that data was generated in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, and 2010s. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the range that they have for the data set.
And the average of the range that you took was 2.60. Is that correct?
Yes, per industry standards.
Okay. And the range can go as high as 4.14 vehicles as opposed to 2.60 vehicles for 74 units. Is that correct?
Actually, that's not correct. If you look at the actual chart, which you were provided in there, they have the data point, and that data point for 4.14 is based on a much number closer to 200 units.
And what is the data point for 74 units?
It's not based on the number of units, it's based on the number of beds. The variable is the number of beds, it's not the number of units.
All right, so let's go back to the beginning then. My question at the outset had to do with 88 beds. I misspoke units. So if we have 88 beds, the average vehicle traveling, you took the average of 2.60. If we take 88 beds and use the upper range, we have an additional the max would be 364 additional vehicles on the road.
On a typical day, potentially yes, if your math is correct.
Okay. Did you, at the time this report was authored, actually conduct a traffic study to count the number of cars that were traveling?
We actually do have that. That's what the November 2023 report documents.
I don't have that handy. That's the one that we just popped up, right? Okay, so let's go to that. What was the date of that study?
That was November 29th, 2023.
That was the report. What was the date of the actual traffic study?
Which part of the traffic study are you looking for? There were two different components in there. One was daily counts that were performed, and they were performed daily
Okay,
counts.
and again, I'm going to interrupt. Yeah, you guys have to stop talking. Okay, it's distracting me. I need to be listening to her, not to you. Thank you.
So one was daily counts. Those were done on over a 24-hour period, and the full 24-hour period that we had in there was Thursday, November 16th, 2023. Those daily counts were done along Woodland Road to the north of Valley Road and along Valley Road to the south of Woodland Road. And then also as part of that, we did the turning movement counts from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the intersection of Woodland Road and Valley Road.
What's the technical name for this daily count study? Like, is there a way I can reference this, like traffic engineering, traffic inspection assessment?
We usually call them automatic traffic recorder counts because they're usually done with tubes that are put on the road.
Okay, do you also use cameras?
The
for this?
cameras were used only for the turning movement counts.
All right. All right, so the strips were used to count traffic on both Woodland and also on Valley Road, and that count was done on November 16th, 2023?
Yes.
Did you, what is the exact range of time that you did that? 24 hours, you said?
Yes, that's actually documented in the back. Hold on a minute. So the tube count started to record data on November 15th at 9 a.m., and it stopped recording data when it was picked up on November 17th at around 6 p.m.
Okay. So November 15th, what time was that?
9 a.m., that's
Okay,
when it
thank
started
you.
recording. And then it stopped recording on November 17th at around 5 p.m. So that's why we have the full day of traffic on November 16th, the full 24 hours.
Okay, and that's on both Woodland and Valley?
Yes.
Okay, did you request permission from the township to conduct a traffic study analysis?
You typically do not need to for that type of study.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that typically permission is requested of the township if you intend to conduct a traffic engineering study of volume of traffic and turning radius?
No, we typically do not have to get permission from townships to do these types of studies.
Do you know that if someone should notice those and ask the township if there's been approval given and there's no record, that the township will then remove those devices that are being utilized to?
We've never had that happen.
You did, I believe, your most recent study, I believe you said on November 18th, was it? 2025? Again, I don't have these records in front of me, so if I'm off by a day or two, I apologize. The one that you did, February 18th,
Yes,
2026.
Yes.
And what devices did you utilize for that study?
that was done with cameras, and that was an intersection turning movement count.
Okay. And I believe you said that you never had the township remove any devices that you erected to do a turning count or a traffic
No.
volume study?
No, they have not.
Would it surprise you if I told you that Officer Posey, who's the traffic safety officer with Abington Township, investigated that and removed those?
They were not removed. Otherwise, we would not have any data on them.
They were eventually removed. Maybe your data was already recorded, but did you know that they were removed?
No,
I'll represent you, the township did
Objection
take down those.
To the, objection to the
Yeah.
testifying.
I'll just have to bring the officer in.
You'll have to, or you and Mr. McHugh will have to agree. If the officer says it's so, we can do that at a later date.
Okay. All right, let's go back to the first study, November 16th, 2023. Is there a standard in terms of time that these strips and cameras should be erected to accurately record the volumes of traffic and the turning conditions at these intersections? For example, 48 hours, you mentioned 24, but is the standard typically 48 hours?
no.
Is your position 24 hours is adequate?
24 hours is adequate.
All right. If the strips are ripped off the road, can you get a count?
We would then go back out there and redo them if that was the case.
Okay. All right. I would like to have some exhibits marked at this point.
Do you have multiple copies or just
I
one?
don't, because I didn't
Okay.
expect this, since I
So-
didn't get the report,
so,
but I happen to be prepared.
So please show it to Mr. McHugh.
Fine.
All right, I shall.
And then if you want to show it, unless Mr. McHugh has an objection, then please, then you can show it to the witness. If he has an objection, we'll talk about the objection.
Okay. These are photographs taken November 15th.
Were they taken by you or?
Kim sees, and she can testify.
Okay, we'll just,
Kim Cease.
well, she's going to present to you.
You have any objection?
I don't have objection to them being used for cross-examination purposes right now.
Mr. Clark, I think for the benefit of everybody in the room, we actually have the document camera, which shines down on the, I think, the corner of the shelf here on the side of the podium, that Ms. Driscoll might be able to project them. Is that accurate, Ashley? So I think Ms.
I don't know how
Driscoll,
to do that.
That's correct.
if you
I
put
can-
them down on the
So
shelf here at the outside.
If you're
no,
looking at this screen.
where you have your files?
Yeah, you do it.
Mark, you don't need to take this down.
Maybe. And
I had no idea this.
No, right where you're putting everything, Ms. Driscoll.
yeah, and I can,
There you go.
if we're gonna, yep. We only have so much to work with, so that's, yep.
There we go. something.
Okay.
Who knew?
Okay, I'm going to represent to you, Ms. Koza, that this photograph, that should I pre-mark it, or I'll just mark it when I have Kim come up and testify in our case?
You can mark it right now. There's been no objection to this
There's
exhibit.
no objection to it being shown as part of the
Correct,
cross-examination.
correct.
If it needs,
So-
it's going to
so-
need to.
Right.
So this is neither one? Yeah.
Well,
neither one.
let's mark this as Driscoll 1.
Okay.
And as we're moving forward, we're going to mark all exhibits by people's last names for party status. So this is Driscoll 1.
All right. Ms. Koza, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Driscoll 1. And I would ask that can you tell from that photograph where that picture was taken? What location?
I believe that's the subject intersection of Woodland and Valley Road. I can't make out any of the text, though, on the photo from here.
All right. The photo actually says Doral and Valley. Is Doral the road that is adjacent to Woodland Road?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you see that the strips, can you see the strips in the photograph?
I actually cannot make out any of the stuff on the photograph, unfortunately.
Okay. Would it be, let me show, can I approach the witness?
Yeah, it might make sense to have her show the photograph, even though it would be convenient for the audience to be able to see it. It's, yeah.
I can direct you.
Okay.
See it? All right. Ms. Koza, does that show that these strips have been torn from one of the lanes? The westbound lane?
I
I'm
have
just going to
no,
object to the strips. I mean, it shows a strip. I don't know that we've conclusively established anything beyond that.
Okay, I'm gonna overrule that objection. You can ask the question, and then Ms. Koza can answer as best she can.
Ms. Koza, are these the strips that were placed on Valley Road in November of 2023 to conduct your traffic study?
they most likely are. I did not personally place those there.
Driscoll 2. All right, I'm going to put up something that I've identified as Driscoll 2. I will show it to you first.
That's fine, I've seen it. Thank you. Yes.
It's not very good. Pictures are better. Does that picture show traffic strips that have been ripped from the road on Valley Road?
I do not believe they're ripped from the road. I believe they're attached with tape if you look at them closely.
How about in the lane that is traveling westbound?
The way that those are set up, those are only set up to record the one travel lane. Because one of the things that we wanted to do was speed and classification data.
So these strips were designed to record traffic traveling west on Valley, which would then be taking a left onto Woodland, but there's no recordation of traffic traveling east that would be taking a right on Woodland?
Both directions of travel are recorded. If there had been any type of issue with the data collection, it would have shown up in the attachments that we have to the report that shows the volume in each direction of travel on both of these tube counts. And there was no incidences in which all of a sudden traffic either went up on one approach or went down to zero abruptly on one approach. That's one of the things that we look at when we get our data back. So that's in the attachment there. And I think you would need to take a look at then attachment A of that
All right,
report.
let me finish with the question with reference to this particular exhibit. So I just want to be clear, you're telling me that there was no strips applied to count traffic traveling east on Valley toward Woodland where you would take a left?
The traffic counts that were done, the daily traffic counts, They were done at two different locations, and that's documented in this study.
I'm talking about Valley Road.
On Valley Road, they were done to the south of Woodland Road. That's where they were set up. And there was no glitch in terms of that traffic volume either, if you look at the attachment. There
I
was
just-
no change in the overall hourly volumes throughout the day that show that one of the tubes got ripped up. That would have shown up in here.
Again, my question was, did you plan on not recording the volume of traffic traveling on Valley proceeding, which am I on? North, south, east, west? Proceeding eastbound to take the right?
Both movements on Valley are included in that daily traffic count as well as the trending movement counts.
How
They
can
are
that-
included in here.
How can that be if the strips do not cross that lane of traffic on Valley Road?
I don't know when you took that picture, if it was taken after we did the counts or while he was setting it up. I do not know the exact time of the day that you took that.
Okay, but if it was taken while you state your traffic study was being conducted, then your study would be invalid. Is that correct?
No, because our study, the counts that we got are valid in here. There was no issues with the tube counts that are shown in our attachment.
I'm going to show you Driscoll 3, which is just a larger version of Driscoll 2. Negative here. Ms. Koza, this is a situation that existed on the day of your study, November 16, 2023. Wouldn't you agree that you couldn't record traffic with these strips in the one direction on Valley Road?
I do not know that because I believe that we did record the traffic on those days and there was no issues reported from those tube counts that we got back from the vendor when they.
Ms. Koza, the question that has been posed to you is, it's somewhat of a hypothetical. And so Ms. Driscoll can repeat the question, and you have to answer it either yes or no. She's asking you if this is the conditions on the day you did your study, would it have reported accurate counts, or something to that effect, correct?
Thank you.
Her options are yes, no, or I don't know.
Correct, correct. I don't know is always an option.
Then I'm going to go with I don't know in this case because, again, I'm not 100% sure when exactly you took those, and the data does not reflect any issues with what we picked up here.
But, okay. We're
Driscoll 4.
going to stop for a second. Mr. McHugh, you'll agree that if we start talking in terms of hypotheticals to an expert, that I don't know doesn't really become an answer at that point in time. It's either yes or no.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, please sit
All
down.
right, so Ms. Koza, you're an expert in traffic studies and traffic engineering, and you don't know whether or not the data generated in a traffic study from strips that were removed, some reason or another, from the road on Valley would be inaccurate?
We believe that they are accurate and that they were not removed when we were doing the counts.
Okay. Again, the counts were November 16th, the evening of November 15th, 23. No, 9 a.m., November 15th, 2023 through November 17th, 2023. Is that correct?
That is what our data is showing, yes.
And your calculation was based on the full day, November 16th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Just for the heck of it, Driscoll 4. Driscoll 4, does that again show Valley Road at or near its intersection with Woodland Road?
Sure.
Okay, and does that reflect that the traffic strips are not across one of the lanes of travel?
Yes, that's what your photo is showing?
Yes. And I'm going to go back to Driscoll 3. Again, would you agree this is also in the vicinity of Woodland and Valley and was part of your traffic study strips?
Yes, if that's the photo that you're showing.
And Driscoll 2, the same. That these strips are were located on your behalf in the vicinity of Woodland and Valley Road for your traffic study purposes.
Yes.
Okay. In November, let me see. In terms of your analysis, did you take into consideration the fact that we have a major university, Penn State University, Abington campus on Woodland Road?
Their traffic would have been included in any of the counts that were done.
And how about Jefferson Abington Hospital, which is at the top, the northernmost part of Woodland? Did you
If-
take into account the volume of traffic that could be generated from the hospital?
If they were traveling on the roads
Ms.
when we
Koza
did the
again.
counts, then
Just-
yes.
Did you take it into account?
Yes.
Okay, then you can explain if you would like to. But please, she's asking you yes, no questions. Please answer yes, no, or I don't know.
So in addition to the vehicles that you believe were counted traveling on these roadways, your conclusion is that there will be approximately 387 additional trips as a result of the development of these two facilities. Is that correct?
Yes, on a daily 24-hour basis.
Okay. And your most recent report indicated that number of vehicles actually increased to 500 and, what was it? 518 vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the neighborhood?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you're familiar with Woodland Road, which is a two-lane local road in an R1 area in Abington Township?
Yes.
And do you know the distance of Woodland between Valley and Old York Road?
Not the exact distance, no.
Okay, did you do any sort of study of how the road elevates, winds, curves? It's the topographic?
The only thing that we looked at in terms of the grades were the grades in front of the site accesses, which were used in the evaluation and at the intersection itself.
Okay, and you're familiar with the road, so would you agree with me that it does go up and down and curves on its way to Abington Hospital from Valley Road?
Yes, the roads generally do that in this area.
And some areas have blind spots, is that correct?
Yes, I believe there are some spots that aren't ideal for
Okay.
turns.
Which is part of the reason you suggested that in terms of the egress and ingress from these facilities, that you'd have to remove all vegetation and have to put a shoulder in of 4 foot. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because there's a blind curve that exists there. Is that correct?
I do not know if there's an exact blind curve at that spot, but we think that once we do the improvements here and the widening and the clearing of the vegetation, we would have adequate sight distance out here.
Okay. All right. Do you have any idea how many students attend Penn State? How many faculty? How many vans they run to pick up students?
No.
Did you make an effort to determine how many students there were at Penn State?
No, but when we did the counts, the campus was open, so any of their traffic would have shown up in the turning movement counts and the daily turning movements.
You're aware that there's no student housing on site at Penn State, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. So every student and every faculty member is a commuter, more or less, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. Are you aware that Penn State is in the process of building a large addition to their campus on Cloverleaf Road?
yes, we are aware of that construction project.
Did you take into consideration what additional traffic that large construction project might generate?
No, we did not, because we could not find a study for that site.
All right. Abington Jefferson Hospital, you're aware that that's a major level 2 adult trauma center in the area, is that correct?
No, I'm not aware of what exactly the level 2 trauma and all that stuff is, that is classified as.
Okay. Do you realize that Abington Jefferson is the second largest employer in Montgomery County?
No,
All right. Are you aware that Penn State Abington has gotten approval and plans to expand their emergency room, their trauma center?
no,
So you did not take into account that they were going to increase it about 10,000 square foot, adding 80 to 106, from 80 to 116 treatment spaces in that trauma center.
no,
Isn't it reasonable to assume that once we add to the trauma center, in addition to the 667-bed hospital with 1,900 MDs and 1,100 volunteers, a nursing school, a radiology tech school, community programming, that we are going to have an additional increase in traffic up and down Woodland?
if they're using Woodland, then yes, you potentially would.
Do you agree Woodland cuts through from Valley to the hospital, thereby taking out the difficulties that we all know exist at Susquehanna and Valley, and Susquehanna and Old York Road?
That I'm not 100% sure of, so I'm going to have to say I do not know, because without a map to see all this stuff, you've thrown a lot of references at me with intersections here.
You're aware we're sitting here today in the Township Building. So this is in the area of Woodland and Old York Road, Woodland traveling down to Valley. You're aware that at the Township Building, they house administration, police, fire. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. So did you take into consideration the traffic that's generated from those, from the Township administration, police, and fire?
yes, in terms of if they were present and using the road and the intersection on the day we did the counts, they would have been accounted for as part of that traffic.
But it doesn't account for the 24-hour situation where you have fire and police, ambulances, traveling Woodland outside of those peak hours that you considered.
Usually outside of those peak hours, it's lower traffic volumes.
So you really have no way of knowing whether there was any sort of emergency vehicles traveling on November 16, 2023, when you did your traffic count. Is that correct?
No, the traffic counts don't usually account for separate emergency vehicle counts.
All right, this traffic count spanned a 24-hour period of November 16th, 2023, for a full day to get a 24-hour bird's eye view of what was happening. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the presence of a four-year university, a regional trauma center, township administration buildings, wouldn't that make it almost impossible to determine what your peak hours might be on any other day other than November 16th, 2023?
No, because on typical weekdays, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, your traffic is usually steady and it's usually at the same values. Those are usually the days that, by industry standards, we should be doing traffic counts.
Okay, so it doesn't account for the possibility that there's additional, say, emergency vehicles on the road on other days, other than November 16th, 2023?
No, and it's normal to have some type of variation from day to day.
Yeah, except Woodland runs into a hospital and also goes directly to a university. So could we expect that we'd probably have more traffic on some days as a result of those two facilities, as opposed to possibly November 16th, 2023?
I don't know that.
Okay. would you agree that the roads in the area, you've said you're familiar with the area, are typically designed for low-volume residential dwellings and traffic?
They are designed to accommodate traffic in both directions of travel. I don't think there's any limits on the amount of traffic that you can have on those roads.
All right, you do know this is an R1 zoning district, correct?
Yes, I do know that this is originally R1 zoning.
Right, which says residential properties of 1 acre in size. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that once there is this additional traffic on the roadway of 500 and whatever number of vehicles you project, that the residents and/or other people trying to access the residence, as well as the facility, as well as Penn State Abington, as well as the hospital, may choose to go along quiet side roads, disrupting other parts of the neighborhood, in addition to Woodland Road?
Okay. Repeat
Yeah,
that.
cut through.
Repeat that. Repeat the
If
question
If
again.
you were coming to go to your home, or you wanted to leave your home, and you're on Woodland or in the vicinity, and you would typically travel Woodland, when you have this new facility and the addition of 500-plus cars on the road, would you agree it's reasonable that people may choose to go in another direction, more or less cut through the neighborhood, in ways they're not presently using?
No, I don't think so, because the 500 that you're looking at is over a 24-hour period, and we've already looked at the peak hour volumes, and at the intersection, there's plenty of capacity for them to continue to make the trips the way they normally do today.
But if you don't want to wait at the stop sign, as long as you might have to wait once these facilities are in place, wouldn't you maybe consider a cut-through?
I probably would not personally, no.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. Just bear with me. Oh, do you have any idea how many parking spots are at Penn State Abington?
No, we did not evaluate the parking at Penn State Abington.
Would you be surprised to learn there's over 1,000 spaces available for commuters?
No, I would not.
Objection to the relevance.
I'll allow it. Overruled. You can answer.
No, I would not be surprised by that.
Okay, I just want to talk a little bit now about sightlines, which you addressed in both your reports.
They were in the July report.
Yes. Okay, so just to get me oriented here, that report was done in July 28th, 2023, and when you talked about movement out of the north driveway of the proposed facility, at that point, it was a free access turning right and left, is that correct?
Yes, because that was based on the conditional use plans.
Okay, and now proposed is as you, at the north driveway, you can only take a right out and a left in.
Yes.
Okay, so traffic traveling south on Woodland that wants to enter that facility, how do they do that?
From the south, hold on. From the south on Woodland Avenue, they would make.
Take the left in?
Yeah, they would take the left in.
If you were traveling, coming from Woodland south, they would take the left in. And as they exited, they would have to take the right out. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if we're in the facility and we want to leave the facility, we have to take a right, whether we choose the north driveway or the south. Is that correct?
Yes, that's how it's being designed.
Okay. Now, do you expect, and would you expect that in an assisted facility as well as an independent living facility where you have possibly adults with more health problems in assisted living or older adults in the independent living facility, that there might be requirements for vehicles like an ambulance or, a police car, whatnot, to come and attend to something that might be an emergency at the facility?
Yes, potentially that could occur.
Okay, and they would have to, if they wish to go to the hospital, take the right away from the hospital at the top of Woodland and travel as you recommended upon one of your routes. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what we were showing.
Okay. You also showed routes for fire trucks. How they would also proceed based on where they were located in the neighborhood. My question is this. Were any measurements done in terms of what it would take for a fire truck to navigate through those entranceways and exitways of the facility?
I believe that there were truck turning templates prepared as part of the plans that were submitted.
I'm specifically referencing fire trucks.
There are truck turning templates on the last page of the sheet 7 of 7 of the conditional use plan, and they did look at fire trucks. That was done by another engineer, so I cannot testify about what another engineer has done.
And which engineer was that?
That was done by Cornerstone Engineering. I believe it was John Anderson, and I believe he's already testified.
Did you review a report by Pannoni? Are you familiar with that report?
A report by Pannoni?
Yes, engineering.
I believe they're the township's consultant and their engineer, so they would have been reviewing these and providing some comments back in terms of things that needed to be potentially improved, probably as it moves into the land development phase of the project.
And there was also another one done on behalf of the township by...
Ms. Driscoll, I'm going to need you to talk into the microphone.
I am so
Yeah,
sorry.
Thank you.
By Traffic Planning and Design, dated July 18th, 2023. Did you review that?
Yes, and I thought that they might have had another letter, because I believe both had, TPD had 2 review letters, and I thought the township's consultant at Pannoni had 3 review letters on the project.
All right, well, TPD had recommended securing fire truck turning templates, and that the township fire chief should review the plan and approve the proposed circulation pattern. Can you point me to anything that shows that was done?
I cannot, but that's typically done as part of the land development process.
Okay, so at this point, that has not been done.
I do not
To
know
your
if the
knowledge.
township has provided that to the fire marshal for review.
Okay. All right, did you have a chance in terms of the rate of travel by cars and trucks and vehicles on Woodland Road to consult the police to determine whether or not there was any concerns about speeding on Woodland Road?
No, we typically do not consult them in terms of that.
All right, so you have projected certain speed in your most recent report, I believe, which I don't have handy, a certain speed along Woodland Road based on where your cameras were recently established. But you did not seek out the police to ask about how fast vehicles do travel on that road and what the issue is with speeding on that road?
If there are issues, that would be something that is a pre-existing condition. I will point out, though, that that November 29th study does include the 85th percentile travel speeds, which were shown to be higher than the posted speed out there.
Yes, and the speed is 25 miles per hour, right?
Yes,
On a curvy up and down blind roadway, correct?
yes.
All right. Okay. If I could just direct you to Table 2 in your July 28th, 2023 report. When you are reviewing, let me see, we're no longer left turning, so we no longer need to pay any attention to those two. Is that correct?
Correct. We wouldn't need to pay attention to those two movements.
So I'm looking at exiting.
So when you're making the right turn, you're basically looking to your left when you're coming out of a driveway. I believe
Right.
that's where you're going
I am.
for this.
Right. Looking left and also looking right to see who's coming. So you have projections here of available sight distance. Let's look at looking left. It's the first column. You state that the available sight distance, which falls at 255, there's a caveat there. And you state that this available sight distance that you reflect falls within the desirable range for PennDOT requirements is based upon removal of vegetation along Woodland Road. Is that correct?
Yes, because there's existing vegetation there that basically limits the sight distance today under current conditions.
Did you measure the sight distance with the vegetation?
They made an attempt to measure it, and that's why they're saying, based on the removal of that, that would be adequate. Typically, in these cases, when you're widening the road and you're clearing out the vegetation, as part of land development, sight distance profiles would be done of the actual sight distance on those plans, and those would be used to confirm that there is adequate sight distance.
All right, and then you say, yeah, so right now it's a projection, exactly. We don't really know what we've got there until you make the changes you've proposed. Widening the shoulder to 4 feet, 4
Yeah.
feet additional on the road and the vegetation, is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
they have that, and they're clearing it out also to put the sidewalks along the site frontage as well. So that'll provide additional clearing along the site frontage.
Okay, so looking right, your available site distance recorded is somewhere in between PennDOT's desirable and PennDOT's minimum. Again, you're stating that's an estimate based on removal of vegetation. And also, the distance is limited due to the curvature along Woodland Road. Is that correct?
Yes, in that case, it is limited in that direction of travel. And that's also why we were recommending not having the left out.
And left turn entering. We have from the rear 145 available site distance, which falls very close to the 142 feet minimum requirement of PennDOT. Again, the caveat is this distance is limited due to curvature along Woodland Road. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's also what we were looking at in terms of that movement there.
Okay, so again, it's an estimate, assuming you're going to be able to make the changes you propose, which is remove vegetation and expand the shoulder 4 feet. Is that correct?
Yes, and they will probably verify the site distance and those profiles as part of the land development process. That's what we would typically recommend.
Did you take into account the situation where cars traveling west on Valley, from Huntington Valley going toward Jenkintown and turning right onto Woodland Road, which is a skewed switchback intersection and effectively a blind turn. Did you take into account how many cars make that turn during the course of your traffic analysis? And whether there isn't the possibility when you do a queue analysis that there could be cars lined up in an attempt to enter this facility that the cars turning from Valley to Woodland would not be able to see in time?
We do have that volume for the peak hours, so we do have that volume of the movements that are turning right there at that intersection.
Would you agree with me it's basically a blind turn? That right, it's almost a switchback?
That's,
Head up Woodland?
I believe that's the horizontal curvature that we're referring to when we have that footnote in the table there.
Okay. I believe you did talk about a projected queue line.
I do not believe we brought up queues at all.
Okay. Is a projected queue line typically part of a traffic investigation assessment?
There are projections for queues as part of the intersection evaluations at stop-controlled intersections, where they look at the stop-controlled approach, and that would be included in the printouts in the back of the report.
All right. So could you explain basically a projected queue line really is the length of vehicles queued at a stop sign during peak hours? Is that correct?
Yes.
And how long they might have to wait at in that queue before they can make their turn right or left onto Valley?
Oh, I think we're talking about two different things. When you said queue, I thought we were talking about the number of vehicles that would be queued up and waiting
I am.
versus the time that they would be waiting.
I
Okay.
am. Talking about the number of vehicles.
Okay.
Yes.
That's
Any-
in the
any-
report.
Yes. Any study of the number of vehicles that queue up at that stop sign?
Yes, there are projections in that of the study. That's part of the intersection evaluation.
And you said at most, what, I think 2 cars would queue up at any given time?
Yes, that's what the study is basically showing, and that's what they're projecting with the development of the site.
And this is with cars exiting the facility from both the north entrance exit and the south
Yes.
exit, who will be
Yes.
adding to the queue? Because currently there's no driveway on that piece of property. Is that correct?
Correct, there are no driveways.
So can we anticipate there's going to be a larger queue than 1 or 2 cars once the facility is in place and being used by residents and staff, visitors?
No, in this case, the queues are staying pretty much similar to what they were under existing conditions, which is, I believe, is shown up there on that one table that's up there on the screen.
How can you know what to expect in terms of queue lines until you actually have the facility in place and know how many people are endeavoring to take your right-hand turn? You mentioned an additional 500 and some vehicles as a result
That's
of
on
this
a
facility.
daily basis, so
Yeah.
we look at the peak hours, which are the highest peak hours of the day for the commuter traffic, and we added the peak hour of generator on top of those volumes. We then do an intersection evaluation of existing, without development, without the development there, and then with the development there to see how those change.
Are you then asking me to accept that regardless of the additional traffic on Woodland heading south as a result of this facility, that the queue line will remain unchanged between 1 and 2 cars?
Yes, that is essentially what the study is showing, and that's
Okay.
based on industry standards.
And I think you said you measured it based on a car length being, to give space, obviously, 25 feet?
Yes, that's typically what we do for industry standards.
Okay, and that driveway, that south driveway is 90 feet from the intersection of Woodland and Valley, is that correct?
I believe that that is approximately the right distance for that, yes.
Do you know where that measurement was made from? From the white stop line?
It should be made, it should definitely be made from the stop bar
All right, definitely.
and not the center of the intersection.
So if we added 2 more cars to your queue, they would block the southern exit of the facility, is that correct?
Yes, if there were 4 vehicles queued, then yes, that would potentially block the driveway.
Did you consider that we will also have traveling up and down Woodland larger vehicles, school buses? There's kids in the neighborhood. Penn State runs vans to pick up their students. So we'd have to expand that distance, wouldn't we?
No, we would not in this case. The way that it works and the way the analysis works, it actually does account for a percentage of the heavy vehicles based on the counts that we do. So that is actually accounted for in the analysis.
Okay. A typical school bus is 30 to 40 feet, correct?
The full-size ones, yes, they are about 40 feet long.
Okay. Plus, we need a little wiggle room on either side to ensure they're safely queued, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So a lot depends on the distance in terms of evaluating a queue and traffic backup between where the measurement was taken on Woodland and Valley to the southern driveway, is that correct?
Yes, and that's all accounted for in the study.
Okay. The northern driveway, that immediately abuts the neighbors to the north, doesn't it?
I believe there's a small separation between the property line and where that driveway comes out.
Okay. Just bear with me again, I have a lot of different papers up here. Okay, just a little bit about parking, if I could. Would you agree that the only thing relevant in terms of estimating your parking spaces is the township zoning ordinance, which requires 118 parking spaces, which in fact the plans do provide for? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And in order to reach that number, I understand that after the initial application, a parking garage was I don't know what's the word, detailed for 34 spaces under Building 2, which is the smaller building, the independent living building?
Yes, that is shown on the site plan.
Yes, and is that, I believe that's page 6 of the plan? Is that correct?
That is one of the plans, sheets that shows that, yes.
Okay. And there's just a little, is there any way we can get that up here? There's just like a little box that denotes there'll be a parking, pedestal parking under Building 2, is that correct?
It's Exhibit A3.
Thank you.
Okay, I will work on loading it.
Okay. Have you I know you're familiar with the plans, and I assume you're familiar with this one depiction of what this parking garage is going to look like. Have you seen any additional plans that tell us what the slope will be to enter that parking garage, what the distance and the height will be of that parking garage? I understand it's a pedestal construction.
No, I have not, and I'm afraid this is a type of question that probably should have been directed towards the site civil, because this is his part of the plan and what he would be designing.
Well, you do state in your reports an opinion about parking.
The number of spaces, that's the only thing that we're commenting on, is the number of parking spaces that are being provided. I'm not commenting on the layout or the design or how it's being put on the plan in terms of having the underground parking or parking garage.
All right, so you don't know, what's a pedestal parking? That's a garage that's underneath an existing building, is that correct?
I believe that might be the term for something that's right below that where it's elevated and has the columns.
You do have an expertise in traffic and
But not in
parking.
laying out a
Okay.
parking garage or this type of facility. That would,
Does a pedestal parking facility typically exist partway underground and partway above ground?
yes, I believe it can.
Okay. So your projection of the projection for the number of spaces required based on the zoning ordinance outlines a number of considerations, one being that it's based upon the maximum number of employees on the busiest shift, which was proposed as 19 employees. Do you recall that?
Yes, and that was something that we were told based on information from the applicant.
Okay, so you got that information from the applicant. Does the applicant intend to run this nursing facility?
I am not sure if that is their intention. You would have to directly ask them that.
Does the applicant have any expertise in the running of skilled nursing facilities?
Okay, I'm going to cut
Objection.
this off right now.
All right.
She's a traffic engineer. Whether or not she knows anything about their business plan should not be directed towards this witness.
Okay, so I'm talking about parking, but let me see if I can't sort of rearrange it to make it acceptable. All right, so you have the information of 19 employees. If that information is incorrect, and in fact, more than 19 employees are required on the busiest shift, then there would be insufficient parking provided at this site per the zoning ordinance in Abington Township. Is that correct?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you. It's 12:08. We're going to try to go a little bit longer with Ms. Koza, maybe taking a break around 12:30. We're not going to take a very long lunch break. So whoever else would like to ask questions of Ms. Koza can come forward. Ms. Driscoll asked questions for approximately an hour and 10 minutes. It was very thorough. We're not going to repeat everything that Ms. Driscoll asked, so if you have new lines of questioning you'd like to ask Ms. Koza, please come forward. And this is an opportunity to ask questions and not to testify.
My name is Kimberly Cease. Kimberly Cease, 1443 Woodland Road. S-E-E-S-E. Ms. Koza, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. So earlier when Ms. Driscoll provided you with exhibits 1 through 4, the photos that she provided you with the strips that were not adhered to the road, you seem to express some uncertainty as to whether or not this, the timestamp of the photos could be validated. Is that correct?
Correct. I was not a part of those photos, so there was no timestamp or date on those photos.
Okay. So I took the photos myself.
Objection. She can testify in her case.
I'm getting to
You
questions.
can't testify right now.
I'm not testifying, I'm
Okay.
getting to questions. Would it help if I showed you my phone to show you the timestamps of when the photos were taken so that you could validate the day and time that they were taken?
No, because I'm not going to permit that, because Mr.
Okay.
McHugh would have to have the opportunity to cross-examine you about when you took the photos.
Understood.
Whether you
Understood.
understand.
Do you have any reason to not believe my statement of when I took the photos?
Yeah,
Objection.
it's sustained. You can't ask that question.
Okay. Regarding the 2 different traffic studies, you had stated that there is actually a decrease in traffic between 2023 and 2026 based on your 24-hour studies. Is that correct?
Not on the 24-hour studies. This was based on the turning movements, which were done
I'm
for
sorry,
12 hours.
yes, the
Yeah,
turning
there was a
movement studies. I
slight
apologize.
decrease in the peak hour traffic when we looked at them and compared the two.
Yes. Okay. So if in fact the strips were not adhered to the road, as Ms. Driscoll
strips-
showed
the s-
earlier in the photos that you saw, and you confirmed that they did not appear to be adhered to the road, if in fact those strips were not adhered to the road, how could you make the conclusion that traffic decreased from 2023 to 2026 if you didn't necessarily have an accurate traffic count?
Okay, so the strips on the road that you're seeing were not what was used to do the turning movement counts. There were cameras that were set in place for both cases when the turning movement counts were done. Those are completely different from the strips.
Okay, so help me to understand then, how did the counts decrease?
You can see that on the figure when you compare them. I don't know why there was a difference in the traffic counts. It showed less traffic entering Woodland Road in 2026, and it also showed in the PM the commuter time periods along the through movements along Woodland Road. There was less traffic in those both directions, basically.
But if those strips were not adhered to the
There's
road, it would be
these-
impossible to make that
Ms.
conclusion. Is
Koza,
that
let her
correct?
ask her question.
If those strips were not adhered to the road in the 2023 study, and then you're making a comparison between the two studies, how could you make that comparison when in fact the strips were not adhered to the road? And I've provided the opportunity for you to look at the timestamp photo to show it.
The strips were not used to count the turning movement counts, which is what the comparison is based on. The cameras were used.
I have no further questions.
If you could just wait 1 second. The gentleman up here in the plaid shirt was originally trying to ask questions earlier, and then we skipped over you for Ms. Driscoll. Do you have a question you'd like?
I have the same questions that I had.
Eric, do you want to go ahead?
Right, so we were going by the row, so please come up.
There was a
You-
picture.
well, you need to get here, you need to tell your name, and
And
you have
address.
party status, correct?
Yeah, I have party status, 1443, oddly enough, but Durrell Road. Eric Warren, W-E-R-E-N.
Go ahead.
Okay, there was a picture up there that had a picture from above, like from a drone, that had a picture of the intersection of Woodland and of Valley. And it also showed all the way to the Rydal train station.
That's Exhibit A13. Says,
That
yeah,
one.
that's it, yep.
What- Okay, actually,
You need to go back to the microphone. You need to speak into the microphone.
okay, the travel route that you used for getting to the train station, was that because you felt that people would be going to Rydal Station and then walking to work?
We did,
And you made the conclusion that that wouldn't happen because it was too long? It was almost a half-mile long?
we made that conclusion based on the fact that there is no safe pedestrian route there in terms of sidewalks or shoulders in that entire connection.
Okay, first of all, if you look at the picture, my house is the corner of Durrell and Cloverly. When I go to the train station, I come down Cloverly, I go to Old Valley Road, and I go that way. It's a lot shorter. Old Valley is an easy walk and a safer walk.
I'm going to object to the testifying. I don't know if there's a question.
Yeah, Mr.
But,
Warren, do you
no,
have a question?
If it was length, I could see people walking, easily taking
No,
the train from.
Mr. Warren, you're testifying now.
Oh, okay.
There'll be an opportunity for you to do that later. Do you have a question for Ms. Koza about her report and her testimony?
Well, I wondered why they took the longer route.
And ask her.
That was just something that we looked at in terms of that particular route. We thought that made the most sense because that took you to a traffic signal to cross to get onto and closer to the train station. So there is a traffic signal there. And that has ADA ramps and it had pedestrian push buttons to cross the road there. That's the only reason we looked at that route.
Okay. The other question that I had is, when we looked at how you were going to do some modifications of getting cars from the parking lot to Valley or to Woodland, you had moved what looked like a driveway, going directly from the site onto Valley. How did you intend to do that when there's a house there?
I believe all the driveway modifications that we're showing and everything that was on our site is actually on the site parcel boundary.
Okay, can I have the picture that has the modification
That's
of
A10.
of the roads that are connecting to Valley from the site, from the 1209?
Is that the exhibit you're referencing?
Yes.
Okay, so everything on here is actually on the site. That line up at the top of the page that has that 156.71D dimension, that's actually the parcel boundary. So anything to the south of that line is on the site side, and it's on our property frontage.
Isn't that Woodland that's going horizontally there?
Woodland is actually going north and south, or up and down on
Up
this
and down?
photo.
Okay, I must
And
have.
yeah, and that's our access going left and right on the drawing.
Okay, then I got an
That's all right.
answer on based on the drawing. Thank you.
Again, please, with your name and your address, and you have party status.
I have party status. My name is Bruce Bach, B-A-C-H. I live at 1408 Stockton Road. First of all, I would like to thank you for your grace and willingness to answer questions. I have quite a few questions about your report, and I offer them for the purpose of clarification. They
Again,
are
please,
yes, no.
stop
Okay,
talking. No,
we'll
not
just
you.
do-
No, there's people talking behind you. Go ahead, Mr. Bach.
Thank you, Doctor, thank you. So I'd like to, cordiality and exchange of information. Now, what has kind of bothered me a little bit is there's a number of sources of information, and you in your report have essentially made a statement. For example, you in paragraph 3 of your written letter dated yesterday state as the last sentence under figure 1, the volume of traffic has decreased in the past 3 years. The results and conclusions of the 2023 letter report would remain valid. So when I seek corroboration or, if you will, supporting information, my mind is to turn to this graph, which is a part of your report. And this graph, to my eyes, appears to show stacked bars, and those stacked bars are marked 2023 and 2026. And they show an hourly from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And in fact, would you agree that in almost all cases, but not every case, the 2026 observations are lower than the ones which are in the blue?
Yes, and that's why we put this in here, to try to back that up and to show how that changed.
Right. So statistically, when we look at hourly observations, is it also not the case that when you have 2-point observations at different points of times, that you might reasonably express those differences, such as we see at 12 p.m. of 871 versus 718 as a variance?
Yes.
So when you do a study and you take one time point and you try to project for a year, what is the data that suggests that's a reproducible measure?
Because it's done on the same typical Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday weekday, and it was done during the same time periods from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And in this case, what we were trying to show was that if we were to just continue to use the 2023 volumes, which is what we were trying to say, those results are more conservative, in fact, because the volume of traffic that we would use the analysis for during the peak hours in 2023 was higher. And that's what we would have continued to use for the study.
Is it possible that the alternative explanation for the data which you've presented is that you were looking at an intrinsically variable phenomenon, and what you're merely looking at is not a difference in traffic volume, but rather the error of your measurement? Any sampling process which is discrete, if I understand it from the engineering manuals, has an error associated with it. We have no idea about what the errors associated with each of these hourly observations are.
No, I would say that that is not the case in this.
So that you believe professionally that this graph that you're representing will absolutely be replicable. If you were to measure this 100 times, you'd get these numbers.
You're going to get a range of numbers that are close to these. And typically when we're doing a traffic impact study, the industry standard is that you only have to do the count one day of the week between a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and during the peak hours only. We picked up the additional non-peak hours just to see how those were also operating out here.
Is it not the case that in engineering, one is always required to give an estimate, a confidence interval, if you will, about your point estimates? My view is that you can't show, and if we were to do a chi-square analysis of this, you would be able to show that your p-value is about, I don't know, 0.99. It's not reproducible. You're claiming that these are reproducible numbers, and yet you have no proof source to show that that is true. And that's where I'm coming from. You're representing that these are meaningful, discrete numbers.
I'm going to object to.
Okay,
I mean,
Mr.
I
Buck,
think-
you have to ask questions, not argue with the witness and not make statements. Please ask
No,
questions.
they've presented data as discrete.
And please don't argue with me. Ask her questions, stop testifying, stop arguing with her.
These, Mr. Hearing Officer, these graphs, I believe.
Ask her questions,
Why
please.
is there no legend underneath here which details the methodology or the expected error of the measurement?
We typically do not put those on this. This was just done to show how the two hourly counts varied between the camera counts that were done out here on the 2 different years.
Okay.
And just, these are typically accepted, like I said, per industry standard. This is how a traffic impact study is typically done.
For just a single 12-hour period.
Typically, you don't even do the single 12-hour period. You would just focus on 7 to 9 and 4 to 6. That is the industry standard.
And has any study to your, no, sorry, question. Okay, moving on. You made a very interesting distinction about the parking for the 252 and the 254 units. The 88 bed, if I understand it, is a skilled nursing facility, is that correct? It's an SNF?
Yes, that's what we were told, that particular building would be used for, and that was supposed to be the assisted living part of the community.
Okay, so you then, in the formula for clarification, question, you took that number, 88, and multiplied it by some staffing factor for the number of people who would have to be in attendance for those patients who were there. Is that correct?
Yes, and that was based on, I believe, the township's requirement, because they have their own requirements in terms of what they require for on-site parking.
Got it. But are you aware of the fact that skilled nursing facilities have acuity-based staffing?
No, I'm not even sure I understand what acuity-based is, so I
Pardon
cannot.
me. It means that the number of nurses in attendance that you have is not a fixed number. You rotate staff in or out. You don't keep staff coming in if you don't have full beds or partially full beds. If you have really sick patients, you have more staff. So the number that you applied against this may not be representative of the actual demand for parking spaces for that activity.
I didn't hear a question.
That was the question. How confident are you that the average estimate that you used is in fact a meaningful reflection of what will be observed given the acuity and presumed census for that facility?
Based on the information that I was given in terms of the number of employees and the number of beds and the number of units and the different uses for the site, I am confident that we are meeting the zoning required parking for the site.
I see. Now, there are two uses for this facility that we're looking at. You testified that 252 and 254 are the relevant sections. The 254, you also picked a number out for the essentially parking demand for those units. Is that not true?
Correct, and that was based on the parking generation manual, and that was not based on the township's zoning requirement for parking.
So now you flip between the township and whatever this manual says.
No, we wanted to do a comparison to make sure that what the township was requiring in terms of their parking requirement met industry standards and that the parking demand for the site would be met with the parking supply that's being proposed.
Okay, you're a professional traffic engineer and someone who does these kinds of studies day in and day out, but I have a question for you. So again, occupancy. There are some statements in your very nice report about sort of like how many people might be in each one of those units. And I ask, was any sensitivity analysis done for the need for essentially non-professional care? i.e., I'm saying there might be more people in those units than you have accounted for in your model, generating additional parking demand.
The way that the industry standards work, when they do those counts and they put the data together, when they went out to whatever those sites were, if there were additional people in there, they would have been part of that data set that was counted for those, and then and that's why it's based on more than one data point in the manual.
But you don't know that for sure, is that correct?
Not 100%, because they don't differentiate that in the manual in terms of who exactly is parking there, whether it's an employee, a visitor, or an actual resident. That stuff is never clarified in terms of it, just the number of spaces that are being used.
That's highly useful. So you're saying that these multipliers are in essence a model, an estimate of demand, which is based on an average condition, the average number of people that are in a similar facility. Is that kind of what you're telling me, or us? Is that how we interpret this data?
Yes, that's how the parking generation manual is put together, and it accounts for everyone who shows up on whatever day they were doing those counts. So if there was employees there, they were counted. If there was a visitor in that lot, it was counted, and it was part of that demand that they have in the set for the
And
for the use.
you're very sure that that's exactly what it's done. You've looked at the,
Yes, because we have also done these ourselves at different uses, for different land uses.
and the variance between the model and what you've actually observed is 0?
I do not know that the variance is 0. There is something in those charts that shows the variance, and that's why we use the 85th percentile in this case to do an estimate of the parking demand for the site.
Okay, let's talk about that parking demand for the site. You have two dissimilar uses. One is a 88-bed skilled nursing facility for which you are drawing staff all the way from housekeeping to nursing, perhaps to pharmacy techs, others, okay? And they may have different residence times. They may not work a full 8-hour shift. But there's another use on that same restricted, overbuilt area, and that is the 254 unit. Are you familiar with statistical interaction testing?
No, I am not.
Oh, it's too bad. Because the issue here is, can you meaningfully take two different uses and come up
Objection
with
if
an
he's gonna-
average?
Yeah,
he's
and
gonna-
we're going to sustain the objection. This is a traffic engineer. Mr. Bach, please stop testifying. Please
I'm
ask-
asking questions for
please ask the-
clarification.
No, Mr. Bach, you're testifying. Please stop testifying, and please ask the traffic engineer traffic and parking questions.
Well, I seem to be asking about whether she was familiar with the interaction between parking demand for one area and parking demand for the other, and do they interact with one another? That seems to be a fair question.
Please direct your questions to Ms. Koza.
I
Please
did.
make sure that they are, and she said no, and then you started testifying. Please don't do that. Please ask her
Okay, I
questions.
won't. I'd actually like to ask a question about Figure 1, please, in your report,
Which report are you
oh,
looking
the
at?
one that was sent out at 6:59 a.m. this morning.
Which report? So the March 2026 report is what you're
Yes,
looking
ma'am.
at?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your kindness. Okay, and I would like to direct attention and questions to the top figure. It's not divided into A and 1, A and B. It just goes Site 226. Now, when I look at this, help me if I've got this wrong, you have a legend which says weekday morning and weekday afternoon. So let's look to the far right of the top of Figure 1, and I see a number. No, this is not it.
Yeah, further down, that's it.
Right there.
Up.
Okay. So there's some curiosities in your data here which makes me wonder about the completeness of the capture. Let's take a look at this. You show a number 677 and then another number which is 390. Now, from the legend, it appears that that is the weekday afternoon in the parentheses, but the weekday morning is 677. It's quite a bit different, isn't it?
Yes, if you look at this, there is a commuter pattern. So when you look in the opposite direction, that pattern is reversed in terms of how people are going, and that's probably accounted for because of the university.
Yes, that's, I think, what the other folks were asking you about. So, but if we look at it, it's actually kind of severe here. Wow, it goes 677
Objection to the
to
testifying.
686. That's a fairly big number.
You're testifying
Well, I'm
again.
asking about is there a difference?
Ask questions,
Okay,
please.
why is it different? In other words, where were the fiducials, the points where this was measured? Where was this measured? The one that gives you the
Can you let her answer the first question that he
Sure.
asked?
The traffic volumes were measured with a camera right at this intersection.
How can you have two different vectorals going to the left with different numbers on them if it's a single measurement?
Those are different times of day. So in the morning, you have traffic heading towards the
I
campus.
get it. I get
Then
it.
in the afternoon, if you look on the left side of the paper,
Yeah.
you'll see that it's a reverse pattern where you have only 413 heading in to the right side of the paper, and 644 is the higher number in the afternoon. So that is obviously your traffic going to and from the university then, most likely.
Right. So what you're saying is the difference between the 390 and the 438 represents the net flow of traffic out of Penn State?
No.
Oh,
We do not know the specific of how much of each of these particular movements is from Penn State, but that is what is controlling the overall commuter pattern that we are seeing here.
again, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I am having a problem understanding where these numbers are coming from. Where are you measuring from?
Objection, she's asked and answered
I think
this
the
like,
question's been asked and answered. She's explained it 3 times now. So please move on to your next question.
Okay.
And Mr. Bach, do you have many more questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We're going to take a break now for lunch. We're going to be back at 1:20. So we will reconvene at 1:20. Ms. Koza, you're under oath and in the middle of cross-examination, so please do not discuss any of your testimony with your attorney or with your client. We'll be back at 1:20, and we are getting started at exactly 1:20. Thank you. And we are back. Everybody take their seats, please. It is 1:22. Everybody take their seats, please. Mr. Bach, you can continue your cross-examination of Ms. Koza.
Thank you, sir, and I will stick to questions. Thank you. And thank you for being so attentive and helpful. I'd like to return again to this report that you graciously provided us with at 6:59 this morning. And I think because of your answers, I'm starting to get some things, but I've got some questions. So there are, beginning on page 1 of 1, that's not going to help us. Oh, attachment A, turning movement counts. And maybe you can help us with this, because there's some data on here which doesn't completely make sense to me, but maybe it's just on.
Mr. Bach, you are continuing to testify.
Am I?
And
And
if
I'm
you
on stage, I don't
continue
know.
to do it, I'm going to ask you to sit down.
Oh, I think that's a bad
Ask the
idea.
witness, no, it's not a bad idea. Ask the witness questions, please, and stop testifying.
Okay, here's the data that doesn't make any sense. On page 1 of 1, this is the question, on page 1 of 1, if you look at the square that is a spreadsheet output, there is a square which has no values, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Question, is that because there's no events, or does that possibly represent a failure to count?
So this is a T intersection. So if you look at the center part of this diagram, and this was done by Quality Counts, a vendor, they're showing you the lane configuration. So the 000 you're referring to is for what's called the northbound approach. So that would be 0. There is no northbound approach.
So following that logic then, in the next box over, there is a Woodland Road southbound through, and that's also zeros because you can't go through there. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, those are the movements that you can't make at the intersection because they don't exist.
We're all square. But what I find sort of interesting is if you look at the time signatures, there's considerable variance, again, which leads one to wonder about the accuracy of the counting. Let's take a look at Valley Road westbound going through. And you see the numbers 106, 118, 163, 198. Oh, wow. And then 148. Those seem to be big variances in 15 minutes. Let's think that out. 200 down to, say, that's
Objection,
a 50
is there a
car.
question?
The question is, your data shows a 50 car.
That's a
variance. What is
statement.
Okay, ask a question, please.
Why is there a 50 car variance in a 15-minute period of time?
Because there were more cars coming through during that one 15-minute period. That's what happens when you have traffic commuting in an area.
On a base of 100, you can get an additional 50 in 15 minutes?
Yes, you can.
On Valley Road, you've been there at that time in the morning?
Yes.
I think there's a systematic error. There may be.
Objection, again.
Maybe a
Sustained.
systematic error in this report.
Ask a question, please.
Okay. Did you review the primary data from the sensors?
This was done by a third-party vendor that just set the camera out, and then they processed the camera data, and these are the counts that they had. They have no care in terms of what those volumes are,
I
and
get
then we
it,
just
I
process
get it.
them.
So you're saying you personally and your firm did not do an audit of these results, that you accepted at face value the data that you were given?
Yes, and we have the video files as well. That was one of the products that we got from this vendor.
Okay. So then there's just no way to check whether those counts are accurate? Is that what you're saying? You've got the file, but you didn't check it for individual events. So what we've got is a third-party vendor.
Objection, he asked the question and then he continues to, give her an opportunity to answer it.
Answer the question, Ms. Koza.
We can verify them based on the videos, but there's no need to do that. This vendor has done thousands of counts across the country. They have an accuracy rating that they give everyone. These are perfectly fine counts. You're welcome to do your own if you don't believe that they're correct.
Well, it just seems, it seems the numbers are.
Mr. Bach, you're testifying again. Please
Okay.
ask a question.
Okay, I'll get to the question. I have to get my brain around this data. Question, you show us a page 428, Trip Generation Manual, edition 12, volume 3, 252. Question, is this data plot a correlation plot?
I do not know. I'm not the one who puts the manual together.
But you provided us with the data, is that
This is
correct?
an industry standard that is used to determine trip generation and parking generation.
Right, and then did you use this 252 to generate a suspected rate for, a suspected rate for the proposed high-density development?
Yes, but I would not refer to this as high density. I don't believe that's what it's categorized.
Well, that may be a matter of opinion, I don't know. If you look at this, there is a value on the lower right, which is an R-squared value. So that suggests that it's not a perfect correlation. Is that correct or not?
Objection. I mean, we're now into, I don't know, statistical criteria, modeling. She's a traffic engineer. She says she didn't prepare any of these appendices. They're part of the standardized traffic manual that is used as an industry standard, and she relied upon them in preparing her analysis, which is in the summary of her report in the first 4 pages. I mean, we've now gone on, I think.
Objection sustained. You can ask the next question, please.
Thank you. How did you choose the range that you
Objection.
used?
She
How
did
did
not
you
choose-
choose the range, the traffic engineering question? How did you choose the range which you used to put into the model? That's a fair question. It's a procedural question. What was your technique?
Basically, we used the average rate. We used whichever one produces a higher number of trips, the rate or the equation in this case. So we looked at both methodologies that are provided and are applicable depending on what the land use code is here.
Got it? Absolutely. Now I understand. Thank you for clarifying. So the turning study is independent and separate from the pneumatic tube study. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the reason that you did 2 different studies was what?
Because with the tube count, you don't get the number of vehicles that make specific turns at an intersection.
Excellent.
That's what the point of the
That's all
turning
I was
movement
asking.
counts
Thank you.
is.
Okay. Tube study. Tube goes across the road. Is that correct?
Typically, yes.
Got car going one direction, car going the other direction. Coincidentally, they go over at the same time. How is that handled?
That's why they're spaced. So they're usually spaced a certain distance, and that tells them which tube they hit first.
That's lovely. And do you actually have someone who reviews that data for coincidence?
I'm not sure I follow what you mean by coincidence.
Meaning cars passing over the tubes at about the same time. So you don't. You don't know.
These are standard,
Objection again. I mean, she's testified, I think, 5 times now that she uses a third-party vendor who conducts the traffic counts. They take it, there's a degree of accuracy, they produce it into a report, and she relies upon the report.
And there's a
She's
question.
already answered the question, so.
There's a question about how adequate that those measurements actually are, because there's no obvious way. Never mind, I'll stop. Okay, so the last question that I had actually wasn't answered, or at least I didn't questionize it properly. Let's try again. Some things are skilled nursing facilities only. Some things are assisted living only, or some things are a mix. Those 2 may interact. Was any consideration given to the fact that there might be an interaction in demand between these 2 uses?
that's the whole point of adding the 2 land uses together in terms of the parking demand and the trip generation. They were added together as separate uses, then they were combined.
Yeah, okay. Separate uses and then they were combined. But can you do that? Do you know that they don't interact with one another?
This is the industry standard. When you have a mixed-use site and you have different land uses on it,
Yes.
you treat them separately and then you add them together, which is what we have done in this study.
Perfect, okay. So then, if we look at the materials that you provided us with today, there is a statement on here that this data was generated, and it gives a number of units that were used to generate this data. So, turns out that your facility is kind of toward the low end of that number. Some of those were 200 units. And was there any correction for skewing that was done?
We use it based on whatever's on the site plan. The site plan tells me the number of units and the number of beds. That's what I base my projections on and my variables.
Okay, All right. You've been very helpful. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Even though you identified yourself previously, can you give your name, your address?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Gail Weilheimer, 1282 Rydal Road, and I do have party status. And I think I've organized my notes in a way that I will not repeat any of the questions that have been previously asked. So, Ms. Kostick, first clarification. When Mrs. Driscoll was asking you questions about the reports you've prepared, she referenced specifically to a June 22nd, 2023 report, and you said you were not familiar with that one. You referred instead to one, I believe that was June 28th. Am I recalling your testimony correctly?
I did not refer to any June report. So the only one that I referred to was the first report that was submitted as part of this conditional use application, which was dated, I believe, July 28th, 2023.
Okay. May I approach Mr. Clark?
Sure, thank you.
I'll show you what I will mark as Weilheimer 1. It's a report dated June 22nd, 2023. I just need to hold the page I was on.
Oh, so this might have been,
Answered?
yes, then
Do you see the
that
date
was,
there?
yeah.
Listen to my question. Do you see the date, June 22nd?
Ms. Wellheimer, I don't know if people are picking you up on the microphone, so,
Stand here
okay,
for a second,
so
though.
share the
Do you
microphone.
see the date on the report being June 22nd, 2023?
Yes.
And if we turn to the fifth page, 5 of 5, is that your signature at the end for this report?
Yes, and this report.
Okay,
was
that's
not
just my
submitted as
question
part
right
of the
now.
Conditional use
That was just
application.
my question. So you did in fact prepare a report with a traffic analysis dated June 22nd, 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, but that was not
Just
submitted
answer-
as
please
part
answer
of
the
this
questions
conditional
I
use
asked of you.
application.
Okay, so we're going to allow her to answer and then explain. But go ahead, ask your.
So
ask
the
your question.
specific question I'm asking you, I understand you want to give a lot of extra to the questions. The specific question I'm asking you is, did you in fact author the report I just showed you dated June 22nd, 2023? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you rely on vendors as part of your analysis. Is that correct?
We rely on outside vendors to do some of our traffic count collections.
So specifically, you indicated that there were vendors that placed the strips and cameras when, is that correct?
It depends. The first study, I believe that was someone from our office that did that. And then in the second case, in 2026, we used an outside vendor to set the camera.
All right, who is that vendor?
It's Quality Counts. It's in the appendix of the report.
I asked you a specific question. I asked you to answer my questions. The question is, who is the vendor?
And I told you that it was Quality Counts.
Okay, that's the answer. As Dr. Bach was asking you questions, you were referring to certain data that came from vendors that you used for your analysis. What specific vendors did you use and for what data that was provided as part of your reports?
The vendor was Quality Counts, and that was for the turning movement counts that was done in 2026.
Okay. Did you use outside vendors for anything else?
No.
Okay, so only for the analysis for the turning counts did you use an outside vendor?
Yes.
Were you personally present when these strips were put on the street?
No, I was not.
Okay. Were you personally present when the cameras were put up?
No.
Did you personally observe whether or not they were accurately adhered to the ground or if there was any movement? You personally?
I have the video, no in terms of that, but I do have the videos that we reviewed once they came back in, and there was no movement on the cameras in terms of being moved around.
I'm asking about the strips specifically. So in the photos that you were shown by Mrs. Driscoll, these strips are shown to not be in a specific place. But what you're telling me is you weren't there to personally observe how they were placed or whether or not they consistently were adhered to the street. Is that correct?
Correct, I was not there for that.
Okay. So let me confirm. What you were analyzing as part of this study is the traffic impact on the particular intersection of Valley and Woodland. Is that correct?
Yes, and that would mainly come from the turning movement counts.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm just going to ask you to answer my questions. The question is about which intersection you analyzed. So the intersection you analyzed was Valley and Woodland. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your report says nothing about any of the other intersections in the area, correct?
Correct.
The report does not analyze the full effect of increased traffic on a particular intersection to the rest of the community. Is that correct?
Yes, it only focuses on the one intersection.
Okay. So for overflow traffic that might result from an increase of traffic on that particular intersection, that's not part of your report, correct?
Everything that, the intersection that we studied does include the additional traffic from our site.
That's not my question.
I'm not sure what you mean by overflow traffic.
Okay,
That's
so why
part
don't
of
you
the
listen-
issue.
So why don't you listen to my question? When traffic gets backed up on a particular street, people will also often find alternate routes. Would you agree with that?
Yes, potentially they would.
Okay. And in the section that you analyzed, the section of Woodland and Valley, there are also other avenues to leave this particular neighborhood. Are you familiar with those avenues?
Yes.
Okay, so one of them being Cloverly and Valley. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, that one's nearby, so yes.
Okay. We also have the Horseshoe of Doral that some people use as a cut-through. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
We also have the cross streets of Rydal between Woodland and Cloverly and School between Woodland and Cloverly that people use to escape increased traffic on Woodland. Are you familiar with that?
Those ones I'm going to say no.
Okay. And you would agree with me, none of the effects of any increase of traffic at Woodland and Valley were studied as part of your report. Do you agree with that?
Yes, we did not study any of those other intersections.
Okay. So you don't have any report that discusses the overall traffic impact on the community. Do you agree with that?
On the overall community, no, but on the adjacent intersection, yes.
Just the intersection, correct. You indicate in your report that the times from 4 to 6 were particularly relevant. What was relevant about those particular times to your report?
Those are typically your weekday afternoon peak hour when you have commuter traffic. That's typically when you have your highest levels of traffic.
Okay. So are you familiar with the bus patterns? I didn't see anywhere in your report, and I want you to point me to it if I missed it. I didn't see anywhere, particularly in your report, where you talked about the specific bus traffic in this neighborhood. Did I miss that?
No, you did not. We do not specifically call out bus traffic in our reports.
Okay, so the fact that the high-traffic school bus traffic goes from 2:30 to 4:30 in the afternoon, and specifically on this road at this intersection, is not contemplated as part of your report, correct?
No, but it is included in those turning movement counts.
Ma'am, you indicated the MapQuest distances to various fire departments and to the 2 hospitals in our area as part of the report we received today, correct? The one you completed on March 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And you were present when we questioned Mr. Elmore regarding the impact on this facility to the professional services, specifically emergency services and hospital services at the last listing, correct?
I was present for that. I might not recall everything about that, though. I'm just going to be honest with you.
So what you are showing is the distance on MapQuest. It was not necessarily what it is to actually drive that. Would you agree with that?
I believe it does have the time to take each of those routes on those maps. If you look at them, those are calculated. But again, it might vary from time of day depending on if it's a peak hour or an off-peak.
And all of these things might vary from data collection versus practical application for people who live in a community.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar, and I ask you this not because of your expertise, but you did place this in your study, with which of those ambulance companies actually service this particular community?
I based it on the website, which had 4 different ones that were listed as potentially serving the community.
You've listed all of them in Abington Township, not just the ones that service this community. So are you familiar with the fact that this is our fire services are volunteer services?
Yes, I would imagine that does make sense, and I believe that is what they had on their website.
Okay. So the amount of time it might take to get from any particular location will also be dictated based on who's available to show up at a particular fire company.
Yes, which is normal for any area.
That doesn't have a professional fire department.
Yes.
Now, one of the things you indicated was this left turn in, right turn out from the community. At the top of Woodlands, there was an attempt at a similar efforts by the Levy Building associated with Abington Hospital. Are you familiar whether or not that has actually been able to be enforced?
No, I'm not familiar with what they were doing up there or if that was even able to be enforced.
Well,
I'm not familiar with that.
It's been in existence for probably 20 years, that location, and it is not often adhered to. So what would be your view on how we actually have adherence to a no left turn absent having an additional police force required to stay there and enforce it?
There are some things that could be done, and this might have to be looked at during the land development, but the road could be widened a little bit more and some type of median put in between the travel lanes there, and that would help restrict those movements.
So if the
potentially.
road would need to be, let's just take that representation. If the road needs to be widened, immediately adjacent to the subject property here is a neighbor and their driveway is immediately adjacent. If you're going to widen the road, what are you going to do about their property that would be directly impacted by it?
That
Any
would have
attempt
to
to
be-
widening the road?
That is something that would have to be looked at in the land development to see, and as part of the layout, if we were going to do something like that. Right now, we're not relying on that. I think we have to take a look at the angle that we have that intersection coming in, and we probably can shift it a little bit more, and that's something that we're going to have to look at during land development.
Okay. When was the last time you were personally in the neighborhood to observe the traffic impact that you are testifying about?
2025.
Okay. What time of day?
Middle of the day, it was in September.
Okay.
So it's been a while since I've been out there.
Did you recognize the number of community members at all times of day who walk in the neighborhood for exercise?
No.
Did you, in any point as part of your study, determine the impact, if there'd be any adverse impact on the pedestrian, we have a high volume of pedestrian traffic, but on the pedestrian traffic in the neighborhood? I'm
No.
not talking about on Valley Road, but in the neighborhood itself, specifically Woodland and the adjacent streets?
No, we did not specifically look at that. Nope, that
Okay.
was not looked at. But I do know that the cameras, if anyone was crossing down at the intersection, they would have shown up, and it doesn't look like anyone showed up at the actual
Well,
intersection.
that's crossing at Valley
Right.
and Woodland, and I will agree that you will probably never see someone crossing Valley at that location who's in our neighborhood. So, I'm talking pedestrians, but you're right. We will have Mr. Booth and some others who take the bike lane. Okay. And on that point, you did analyze Valley Road, and it was from your assessment based on the lack of sidewalks, the amount of traffic, that is not appropriate for pedestrian traffic from the train stations.
Correct. And one of the reasons we did that is sometimes people, and this goes back to when they were looking at it for transit-oriented design, they sometimes want to give themselves a credit in terms of the vehicle trips and reduce those to account for people walking or biking to the transit station. So we wanted to make sure that we were not accounting for any type of credit in that case.
Okay. I have no further questions, and I don't know if anyone...
Yes, please come forward, state your name, your address, and whether or not you have party status.
Barnett Satinsky, S-A-T-I-N-S-K-Y, 1301 School Lane. I do, B-A-R-N-E-T-T. I do have party status.
Thank you.
Ms. Koza, you spoke of peak hours. What were the peak hours that you utilized?
Objection, this has now been under cross-examined for about
I
3
will-
hours or
I
3
will,
times as long.
I will overrule the objection. I'll let her answer just to kind of, everyone can remember. But again, we're not going to go over well-trod ground.
So this is in the appendix. So in the 2026 study, it was from 7:30 to 8:30 in the morning. And then in the other study, in the afternoon, it was 4:30 to 5:30. And then, hold on, give me a minute, because in the November study, here on a different page, the peak hours varied, and they were from 8 to 9 in the 2023 study and from 4 to 6 in that 2023 study. So the peak hours shifted.
Why was that?
We do not know why the peak hours would have shifted it, but it might have had something to do with 2023 coming right out of COVID, and maybe not everyone was returning to work, and now things are more normalized in terms of those peak hours. But in both cases, they're still between 4 and 6.
I see. Did you take into account when classes begin and students are released from Penn State and the traffic that that creates?
Not specifically, but we do know that when we did the counts, the campus was open, as was the area school district. So we did make sure that the schools were both open and operational when we did the counts.
But your numbers are based on 12-hour or 24-hour averages?
The counts were done over a 12-hour period from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then what we did was we analyzed the typical commuter peaks between 7 and 9 and 4 to 6.
So if a particular class let out, not during the peak times, but at other times during the day, would there not be spikes in the traffic associated with that student population leaving the campus?
Yes, and I believe that's part of the reason we put in the chart that was in the appendix in the 2026 attachment that was referred to earlier. That chart actually shows the different spikes throughout the day in terms of how the traffic varies in the area at the intersection itself.
So it's not confined to the peak periods, those spikes?
The other volumes, no, are not confined to just the peak periods, but we typically only analyze the peak periods.
You said you're familiar generally with the area. Did you take into account that the road, Susquehanna Road, from Valley Road to Old York Road, is occasionally closed to all traffic because of weather conditions such as ice, freezing rain, and snow?
No, we did not account for anything like that. Normally, when we do our traffic counts, we make sure that there is no adverse weather that would impact the counts, because we don't want to do them during a snow event, like when we're having a blizzard or something.
So if emergency vehicles, one option you point to is going up Susquehanna Road. If Susquehanna Road is closed, wouldn't they naturally be diverted over to Woodland Road and would not be touched in your study?
I don't know about not being touched in the study, because the study did include Woodland Road.
Yes, but it did not include days where there was inclement weather.
No, because we typically do not do counts during inclement weather conditions.
Could we look at the exhibit that shows the walking path from Rydal Station to the proposed facility? Great. So you outlined where the circles are shown, the presumed walking path that would lead from the station to the facility. Is that correct?
Yeah, this was just supposed to show a general location and how to get there, and that general distance.
Sure. And you said this was preferable to go along Susquehanna because Old Valley Road does not have a crossing onto Cloverly. Is that correct?
We were looking at that particular aspect of it, yes.
Are you aware of the fact that the only crosswalks as you are at the Rydal Road, Valley Road intersection are one crosswalk from the station side to the opposite side of Valley, and one crosswalk from Rydal along Valley. I can come over and point it.
They're actually shown on this one, because that's what the little red boxes are at the intersection there. Those are what you were trying to refer to. Those red boxes there would be the ones that connect.
You can't speak when you're not near the microphone. So if you're going to walk over there, you need to point to something and then ask a question.
If I may quickly, Mr. Clark, though, I'm going to object to continued questioning on this. I mean, the testimony from Ms. Koza was that this exhibit was depicted for the purpose of showing that the employees of the facility would not, it's not a feasible location for them to walk to the train station. I mean, that was the limit of her testimony in that regard.
All right, I'll overrule your objection. I'll let her ask this question, but we're really not going to get too deep into this.
So there are 3 red boxes. In fact, there's no crosswalk between the upper 2. There's only a crosswalk across Valley Road. Are you aware of that fact?
Those actually show where there are existing ADA ramps and that upgrades would be required there to meet current standards. That's kind of what the legend there is showing for that red area.
Yeah, but of the 3 squares, the uppermost right, there is no sidewalk. There is no ramp. There can't be a ramp because there is no sidewalk.
And that's why it says that it would be required in those areas in order to get someone down there. That's part of the reason why we were saying we weren't going to take any transit reductions in our trip generation, and that we would think that most of the employees would be driving to and from this new assisted living facility if they're working there.
So in effect, you're saying that a person at a lower income level.
Okay, we're gonna stop now because we've covered this ground repeatedly throughout the day. Please move on to another line of questioning. Sure.
No further questions.
Is there anyone else present in the room who has party status who would like to ask a question? Please, your name, your address, and whether you have party status.
Hi, it's Steve Booth, B-O-O-T-H. I have party status, 1440 Orchard Hill Lane. How do you type all that? That's amazing. Okay. You having fun? I just have 2 general questions. The first, and I swear this is not to be argumentative, more clarity. When Kathy was up earlier, and this is about the strips, she was showing a picture where there was strips on one side of the road and not the other. And a couple times your comments were you did not get any errors from any of the strips. Would you agree that you're not going to get errors from strips that don't exist? Would that be a fair statement? It's a point of clarity, because I think Kathleen was showing there's only strips on one side of the road.
Yes, as a point of clarity, that would clarify that a bit. The reason that I was saying that is that in the attachment to the November 2023 document, there's actually time of day things that were stamped in each of those directions on both of those roads. And usually what we've seen happen before when our tube counts have been ripped up or they're only picking up one direction of travel, all of a sudden there's a spike in the one that is only left on the road and the other one just immediately goes down to 0. We didn't see that in here.
Yeah. I thought, and again, I thought Kathleen's point of the picture, I believe what she was representing was there was not a strip on that side. But it was just a point of clarity, because your response was, we didn't get any errors, and I was just saying if it's not there, it's not, which is fine. So question for you, and this is kind of open-ended, and I'm not going to get this perfectly right, so I'm going to ask you to espouse. When Kathleen asked you about the roads in an R1 community, and I'm going to apologize if I don't get this right, so I want you to respond, you kind of made a comment like, roads are limitless, or you said, there's no issue with roads in R1. Can you clarify what you were trying to say there?
I believe she was leading towards the amount of traffic that they could accommodate. And usually when you have a 2-lane road, there's usually no limits on the amount of traffic that the 2-lane road itself can carry.
Okay.
I think Probably should have focused more on, if you're at a signal, only so much can go through each cycle. That's probably more of what you wanted to focus on. And it's the same way with the stop-controlled intersection. That's why we look at the levels of service and we look at the delays to see how long someone's actually sitting there at that intersection. And that's why they give them the graded levels, so that they know whether or not someone's sitting there too long.
Okay. Maybe what she was going toward, and I'm not going to ask Kathy to come up, would you agree, as an expert that you are, when you're looking at doing a traffic study, do you also account for the amount of what I'm generally going to call, and maybe not correctly, incidents, so accidents and tickets and speeding and things of that nature that could happen with an increase or a greater volume of traffic in an area?
No, that's typically something that we do not look at. That's not something that's, if you read different standards in terms of PennDOT standards, and I think the township might even have their own standards for traffic studies. But if you look at some of those standards, they don't require you to contact the police and find out how many tickets were given in an area for speeding or anything like that, or if there were any incidents where they had to ticket someone.
Oh, no, I apologize, and that's a great, thank you for saying that. I wasn't talking in specific. You're obviously an expert. You're talking about industry standards, but as you increase volume of traffic in any particular road or what have you, is it expected or understood there's an opportunity for a greater amount of incidents like that to occur on a relative basis? Not asking to say in this road there was 7, it'll be 3, but more traffic, I would believe, but I want your expert opinion, is going to account for more incidents, more opportunities for accidents and things of that nature. Would you agree to that as an expert?
Yes, I think that makes more sense in terms of if you increase the amount of traffic, there's now your chance of having an accident goes up. That's kind of what you're asking,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So yes,
that's why.
that
Yeah,
makes
and thank you
sense.
for your point
Yes.
back, because that helped me
Yes.
clarify. So obviously, this is not living in a vacuum as you've done in your study. You've presented comparatives in your study. So you've done a study on the conditional use, and then you did the townhouse development. So what I was going to ask you was, you had mentioned before, I'm going to be a little pedantic, that this area was originally zoned R1. I'm going to say it's currently zoned R1, just to be clear. Did you do a study on what is allowable under R1 and what the traffic impact would be? I believe it might be 5 homes, it might be 4. We can debate that. Did you do a study on what the traffic impact would be if that were the case?
No, unfortunately, I was never tasked with doing a specific task and looking at traffic for if we were going to develop it in the R1 following your signal family. I think it's 1 acre.
Okay.
No, I was never tasked with that.
And I'm going to ask, and if the answer is no, it's okay. As an expert, do you have any estimates, comparatives to say, because you obviously offered one comparative already to a townhouse development.
Right.
And then we've got this. Do you know what the comparative would be toward say 5 single-family homes?
Yes, I could provide you with a basic general rule of thumb that we use when we're looking at something like 5 homes. Usually, and this is also from the ITE trip generation manual, on a daily basis, they like to say rule of thumb, it's about 10 trips per day per home. So in this case, if you're saying 5, that would be 50 trips over the course of a day.
And I don't have, was the other number, I think was 383?
Yes, and that was for I think it was
The
the
full-
30
the full
plus
Monty.
townhomes.
The
and
full
all-
Monty, yes,
And we
the
had that
conditional.
one because we actually were tasked with providing that transit-oriented development when it was first being looked at with that, and we had the site plan and the number of units from that study.
Okay.
Yes.
So just to wrap this up, and I swear I'm not trying to paint you into a corner, I promise, but just from what you've said, in your expert opinion, the conditional use, the volume of traffic, comparative to what is currently allowed in the zoning, the current zoning would be safer in terms of less incidents, less chance of pedestrians being hit, less chance of accidents. All of those things, as you've said, they do obviously increase with volume, so.
I'm going to object to the question. I don't think that's the relevant standard here. It's not whether this use is compared to other uses that are permitted in the district. It's whether this use, as permitted by conditional use, would have a greater impact than is normally expected from a standard version of that use.
Can I respond quickly?
We're gonna sustain that objection. You have to ask another question.
I'd like to respond very quickly. If you notice in the documents and what Mr. McHugh did in his opening, was he opened the door of the comparatives and asked about the comparatives to a townhouse development?
Objection is sustained. You can ask another question.
Okay, no, that was just, my point was that it would be safer with the 5 homes, but thank you.
Is there anyone else present who has party status who wishes to ask questions? Please state your name, your address, and whether you have party status.
Sure. Colleen Mealy, 1421 Orchard Hill Lane, and I do have party status. Colleen, Colleen, Mealy, Mele. Correct. So 2 quick questions. Who decides where and how many cameras are placed when you're doing the car counting?
The vendor would have decided that when they went out. They would have placed the cameras, and then typically when they're out there, they make sure that they have a view of it that they have on their computer, so they are able to make sure that that view gets what it needs to in terms of the movements at the intersection.
And they're just getting the movement of the intersection of Valley and Woodland?
That's all that they were getting that day, yes. It was
Okay.
just the turning movements.
So taking into no consideration that the neighborhood is accessed not only through Woodland, but also Cloverly, Doral, and to a certain extent Meadowbrook roads as well, correct?
We only looked at that at the one intersection for this part of the conditional use, yes.
Okay. And you said the traffic study took place November 16th and 17th, and that the Penn State campus was open. Were you aware that it was right before Thanksgiving break, and therefore a majority of the students might not have been on campus because, they're already doing their coursework is finished and break is starting and all of that?
We were aware of their schedule, yes, but as far as who's there and who's not there, we don't have any information on that in terms of when exactly the students are going home.
Do you decide when the date of the study is?
We just pick Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and make sure that it's not snowing and the roads aren't closed, or that there's not a detour in the area that's changing traffic patterns.
Okay, thank you.
So a hand in the back. Your name, your address, and whether you have party status.
Dan DeVore, D as in David, V-O-R. 1446 Rydal, party status. So from my understanding, you guys want to build another entranceway to get into the site?
The conditional use plan has always shown 2 different driveways. They've shown a southern driveway and a northern driveway. So the plan has always shown that.
No, I just wanted to make sure that I understand. When you said northern and southern, is that in the same area or it's in 2 different parts?
It's both along the parcel frontage. I think if they pull up the site plan,
Exhibit A3.
I'm sorry, I don't know the exhibit numbers. So there are 2 driveways shown on this plan. One is located on the southern lower part of the plan by the one building, and the other one is located up north of that L-shaped building.
Okay, and was there any regards to when we have like snow events, is there any sort of adjustment made or consideration when we have, let's say, significant snow or ice events?
In regards to what?
So they're possibly going to be making 2 more entrances in terms of like snow removal, snow removal or snow moving on woodland or on the private property, is there any consideration that you guys take into account?
Not in our traffic studies. I would imagine that snow removal would be part of the normal maintenance of who's ever operating those buildings, as far
Yeah,
as on
I'm-
site.
I'm not saying, like, I know the answer, I'm just saying, is there any consideration for significant snow events if you're making 2 more entrances along a road?
Again, I think she's answered it. It's not part of a traffic.
Not part of it,
It's not
okay.
part of the traffic study, but, yeah.
Got it, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Name, address, and whether or not you have party status.
Aina Renbrick, Renwrick. My address is 1429 Doral Road, and I do have party status.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just a layman, so you have to bear with me just a little bit. You testified that cameras were used to do the turning movement counts,
Yes.
and you physically viewed the videos of that intersection? Because you said that no one crossed that intersection during that time.
That's one of
right?
the things that they pick up in the cameras. And they show that on the peak hours that there were no one crossing the intersection itself, as far as the crosswalks that potentially could be out there if they were ever striped.
Did you personally view the footage?
I only viewed about 15 to 20 minutes in each of the peak hours, just to see what was happening, just to verify a couple of items.
Okay. Did you observe any school buses or emergency vehicles during the time that you viewed it?
They do not separately distinguish emergency vehicles from any other vehicles. What they provide us for is they provide a,
When you say they, who are you talking about?
this is the vendor. So when the vendor has the information in the back and they have their little summary sheet that they give us,
Okay.
they would pick up any heavy vehicles. And then what they've done is they've just classified heavy vehicles as anything that's not like a van, pickup truck, or an SUV or passenger car. They classify anything else as a heavy vehicle, and they give us a percentage that we then use in the analysis.
And that percentage is given during the peak times or during the whole 24-hour time that it was?
We do have that for the whole it's not for the 24 hours. We only did these counts from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. But we do have them for the peak hours in terms of what they are. And we do have the backup Excel files that they send us that show the full 12 hours of data.
Okay. And so just so I understand, you only viewed 15 to 20 minutes during the peak times?
I only viewed that just to make sure that the camera was looking at what it needed to and that we had clear views there, because I always like to make sure that we have what we
And
need.
just so I'm clear, you did not personally view any school buses or emergency vehicles during that time?
And I think she's already answered
I don't
that
remember
question.
what the answer was.
Yes,
What was
during the
answer?
15 minutes that I watched it, I didn't see any of those things when I was
Okay.
watching it during the 2 different peak hours.
So you could not have viewed any school buses turning off of Valley Road, making, say, like a
Objection, I
right?
mean,
The objection is sustained. It's been asked and answered multiple
Okay.
times.
Okay. Just one second. Did you view any traffic backing up, say, off of Woodland onto Valley, or were there stopped cars for any long periods of time or anything like that?
No, because I did not watch the full 12 hours of the video.
You just watched the 15 to 20 minutes, correct? All right, so, another question I had was, you testified that you believe that most of the employees would drive to the facility, correct?
We testified about that, yes, and that was mainly so that we were just clarifying that we were not taking any type of transit reduction from the standard volumes that we projected for the site.
Okay. But you don't know who's going to operate this facility, correct?
No, I do not know that.
Okay. And so you don't know who the individual employees will be, correct?
Object, she doesn't know who's operating.
And again,
She
this
doesn't-
has been covered, it's been asked and answered.
Right.
And we've already stopped people from asking.
So
her.
I'm just trying to okay.
If you would allow me
Okay,
to
go ahead.
finish.
Go ahead.
We're not going to go down in an area that she's not here to testify about. She doesn't
She
know.
testified to it, though.
Could you allow me to finish?
Go ahead.
Okay. She is not going to be operating the facility. She
Right.
can't ask specific questions about employees. Please move on to your next question.
I believe that's the end of my questions. Give me 1 second. I think that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to ask a question of this witness? Seeing no hands, Mr. Heleniak, do you have any questions of this witness?
Just a few on behalf of the township, and I promise I'll be brief, as a lot of ground was covered. Ms. Koza, it's been covered, you were here for the testimony of previous witnesses, where there was some conversation about the facility potentially operating shuttles for the residents. The trip counts that were performed and do not take those shuttles into account, correct?
The only way that it would is if some of those other facilities that were counted, included in part of the trip generation manual, if they also had similar shuttle services that they were offering and that those occurred during those peak hours.
But there was no augmentation made on your study to account for that representation?
No.
Okay. In your reports, I'll say you did projections into the future, both 2027 and 2030, that's correct?
Yes.
And in both those projections, the traffic counts, whether they be turning counts or trip counts, increased over time, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that once the use is placed, the trips on these surrounding roads would continue to increase over time?
Yes, that typically is what occurs.
Did you review the conditional use standards as part of your preparation for testifying today?
Yes, I think I might even have a copy of that.
Well, I can
I have an ordinance folder, so.
certainly read it to you. Related to traffic impact, the first part of it states the existing road system must be able to accommodate the peak traffic generated by the proposed use in a safe and efficient manner. And based on that statement, you did focus on the peak trips generated, correct?
Yes, we did.
And those peak trips are related to peak times during the day?
Yes.
They are not necessarily related to peak times that the facility or the residents thereof may be accessing the roads?
No, and that's also why when we did the trip generation comparison, we looked at the two different methodologies that were available in IT, and that's why we used the peak hour of generator to add those to the commuter peaks.
The second part of the conditional use standards state existing residential areas shall not be impacted by significant volumes of traffic from the proposed facility. Outside of the peak trips, the overall trip count does increase based on the 12th edition ITE, correct?
Yes, but then that would have to then be compared to the 24-hour volumes on those roads and not just the peak hour volumes on those roads.
Isn't the increase of 137 trips the 24-hour daily trip increase?
They are an increase.
Okay. And your report stated based on the 2020 12th edition of the IT, that increase over the 2023 study for daily trips was a total of 137 trips per day.
Yes.
Okay. Also, as part of the township's conditional use standards, number 1 states there should be consistency with the goals, objectives, and recommendations of the township and the township's comprehensive plans. You're aware of that?
Of that general condition, yes.
Okay. And one of the goals of the township's comprehensive plan listed in 9-2 is that that it must be uses must be complementary in terms of traffic impact to the surrounding uses. Is the traffic impact of this facility complementary to the impact of a single-family detached?
It would be more than something that would be generated by a single-family detached.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Mr. McHugh, do you have any redirect?
Yeah, just a few redirect. Ms. Koza, the analysis that you performed and the conclusions that you reached in your testimony and the reports, were those consistent with industry standards?
Yes, they were.
Okay. There's been a lot of discussion regarding the traffic counts and the methodology that was used in collecting those. As to the data that was reported to you, was there anything to indicate abnormalities or any lack of collection of data in those?
No, there was not.
Okay. You testified as to the trip generation statistics for this proposed use. And you used the number, I think it was 524 trips would be generated. Is that across 24 hours or some other time period?
That's across 24 hours.
And does that address total trips, both in and out?
Yes, that would be entering and exiting.
Okay, so a total of 524 trips across 24 hours, both entering and exiting the facility?
Yes.
Okay. As part of the industry standard that you utilized, how do you account in your studies for existing uses that are in the surrounding community and utilizing the roadways?
That's typically why we do the turning movement counts in the area, because then that provides the baseline of what traffic is already in the area and using the intersections.
So is it industry standard to look at each of the independent uses and perform analysis as to those?
No, it is not.
Instead, is it you look at actual volume on the roadway?
Yes, you look at
Okay.
the actual volumes on the roadway.
And what is the industry standard for how you account for future uses that are going to be ultimately utilizing the roadway with the studied use?
You then use the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual to do projections based on whatever land use plans you have from any other development in the area.
Is it feasible or reasonable or industry standard to try to project various uses that may be developed in the immediate area in the future?
Typically, yes.
Okay. As part of a study, you would do that, or is that you look at independent ITE projections?
We look at the ITE projections for those.
All right. As far as the improvements to the northern intersection, you talked about performing some road widening and clearing of vegetation in order to achieve sight distances. Is that something, or those improvements, are those within the control of the applicant to perform?
Yes, what they have shown on their plan does show the road widening along there, as well as the installation of sidewalk and the clearing of the vegetation along their parcel frontage.
So that's road widening onto their property,
Yes.
correct? Clearing of vegetation that's on their property,
Yes,
installation of sidewalk that's on their property.
yes.
Are there other, stop. Is the applicant willing to agree to a condition of approval to implement the modifications that were on your Exhibit A10?
Yes, I believe they were.
Okay. And are there other potential, maybe roadway improvements that could be implemented with the assistance or consent of the township that would address things like speeding?
Yes, there potentially are, but they would require the township to approve those since those are all township roads.
And would those be generally addressed and studied during the land development process?
Yes, that would be when you would look into doing those types of.
Okay. There was some questioning regarding the employee count. Were you present for testimony from Mr. Elmore regarding how many employees were going to be utilizing the facility or working at the facility?
Objection. Mr. Clark, you already sustained this as being outside of the scope of this witness's expertise. When there were questions about it on cross-examination, it should be then also excluded during redirect.
So, Mr. McHugh, is your question going to be, she heard the testimony and that's what she based her counsel on?
Solely based on quantity.
Okay. I'll overrule the objection with the limited, we were going to limit the question and to that issue.
So were you present for Mr. Elmore's testimony regarding how the number of employees were calculated that were utilized for the site?
Yes,
And did you utilize those projections as part of your employee parking demand calculations?
yes,
Okay. You were shown a letter by Ms. Wilheimer that was marked Wilheimer 1, a June 22nd, 2023 report that was authored by you. Can you please explain the timing of the issuance of that report?
that report was issued prior to the conditional use application being filed.
Okay. And is what was Exhibit A7 your first report? The July 28th, 2023 report? Was that a
Yeah.
revision of that June 22nd, 2023 report?
Yes, it is basically a revision of that.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay.
May I have a recross on that scope?
Okay.
Ma'am, when you testified initially on direct, you said the number of employees were provided to you from the developer. Is that correct?
It was either provided from the developer or Mr. Elmore, because I know that they do have that on the site plans, because they also have a parking calculation on there.
And you have already testified today that it's your understanding that the developer will not be the operators of this proposed nursing home.
Objection.
I don't think that's what she said, but just to be clear.
Just to be clear, is it your,
If you can answer the question.
is it your
If you recall
understand-
saying that.
is it your understanding that the developers will be the operators of the nursing home?
No, I think I said I was not sure if they would be the operators of the nursing home.
Would you agree with me, your analysis is based on the numbers that you were provided? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So if the number of employees that you were provided is inaccurate, then your calculus would also be inaccurate.
Yes, in regard to the parking demand, yes.
No further questions.
Is there anyone else who has redirect?
Just quick, because I'm confused. When was the conditional use application filed for this particular use? You said your June 22nd, 2023 report predated the application. I have a date of June 1st, 2021 for this application. Do we have this on the records?
I don't have the date.
I don't know
on
who
this
the
one.
question's being asked.
Question one.
Certainly not me.
Okay. All right, we can
Okay.
get that out.
I think that's argument later on, Ms.
Yes,
Driscoll.
okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Anyone else have any redirect of this witness or recross of this witness? Okay. Do you, Mr. Helenier?
I do not.
Okay. Seeing no hands, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to begin with Mr. Babbitt. Sure.
Consider during the recess the procedure for the rest of the day, as we have all been here all day and we are willing to continue, but we'd ask you to consider if it's possible to recess after direct examination until the next listing, so we're not here all night.
So I'm sure he'll take this in the spirit of it's intended. I have been in many hearings where Mr. Babbitt has testified. I think it is highly unlikely that we will get to cross-examination today. And I think it's probably better if we don't break up the cross-examination. So I think the plan is to do the direct of Mr. Babbitt today and then to do cross-examination of him at a subsequent date.
Okay, thank you.
Unless I'm mistaken and he's done before 3 o'clock. which I think it's highly
There's no way.
Yeah.
I think I'm at
know
least an
that.
hour with him.
Yeah,
at least.
I know that. All right, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to be back at, let's say 2:35. We're back. Everybody, if we could, Mr. McHugh, can you call your next witness?
Yeah, I would call Mr. David Babbitt as my next witness.
I do.
Oh, David Babbitt, B-A-B-B-I-T-T.
Good afternoon, Mr. Babbitt.
Good afternoon.
In front of you is what has been pre-marked as Exhibit A14.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
please identify that document for the record?
That is my curriculum vitae dated March 29th, 2023.
Okay, and can you just identify for the record how you're presently employed?
I am employed by my own planning practice, David C. Babbitt Associates, since 1997.
Okay, and what position do you hold and what roles do you perform at David C. Babbitt Associates?
All of them.
Okay, and provide some more detail to that, please.
I call myself president because I can.
And what functions do you perform?
I am a consultant in land planning. I serve a variety, a variety of clients, public and private clients, in all matters of planning, zoning, and land development.
Can you just describe what a planner does or what things they assist with and consult on?
Well, I'll tell you what I do. I'm not a designer. I do not design, I'm not a site planner. I don't design land developments and subdivisions. I am an expert in things like zoning. I often do expert testimony. I prepare amendments to zoning ordinances, sometimes entire new zoning ordinances or new zoning districts. I also provide a number of other functions to private clients, including impact analyses, visual impact, historic impact, fiscal impact, community impact, so forth. And for municipalities, I also do a variety of work, including ordinance amendments, as well as occasionally Act 209 studies, which are part of the process for enacting traffic impact fees.
And as part of those roles, do you testify, provide expert testimony in conditional use applications, zoning hearing board proceedings, things like that?
Yes, quite often.
Are you able to, based off of, or how long have you been doing that?
I have been a planner since March of 1989. It's 37 years.
Okay, and could you just provide a background of your education, your professional credentials, and other relevant experience?
Education, I have a bachelor's degree from Haverford College, a graduate degree from the University of Chicago. I started at Montgomery County Planning Commission in March of 1989. I was in the community planning section, which means I was a consultant to typically 4 municipalities at a time on all matters of planning and zoning. I attended all of the local planning commission meetings and countless other meetings and hearings. I prepared zoning ordinances, ordinance amendments, comprehensive plans, open space plans were popular in the early 90s, that sort of thing.
Okay. Have you provided consulting services for municipalities?
Yes, I do that quite often. I will note that in 2002, I believe it was, I was the consultant for Abington Township on the Roslyn Revitalization Plan, which was adopted, I think, late that year. I have done work defending ordinances for municipalities in various validity challenges and curative amendments in eastern Pennsylvania. I have prepared ordinances and amendments for municipal clients in southeastern Pennsylvania over the last number of years. I often do work for municipal clients, yes.
And do you also perform those services for developer clients?
Yes, at times, yes.
Okay.
Typically, I don't do Act 209 studies because that's not for a private client, that'd be for a municipality.
Sure. Do you have any relevant teaching experience?
I do. I teach courses in planning and zoning for the Pennsylvania Municipal Planning Education Institute. That is an organization formed by the Pennsylvania chapter of the American Planning Association, Penn State University, and we get administrative help from the Pennsylvania State Association of Boroughs. and I've been doing that since, I think, 2005. I teach 3 courses. The course in community planning, which is essentially comprehensive planning, the course in subdivision and land development review, which has to do with site design. I'm not a designer, but I review designs all the time. And the final course, my favorite, is the course in zoning.
I note that you have a couple of designations at the end of your name on your resume. Can you explain what each of those are and what they mean and how you got them?
Yes. The first is AICP. That's the American Institute of Certified Planners. It is a national organization. In order to be a member of AICP, a planner needs to be in the profession for a certain number of years. The number of years actually varies, depends upon your background, your education, and so forth. And then you need to take a comprehensive examination, hours long, in order to win the designation of AICP. But there is no certification or licensure for planners in Pennsylvania, unlike other states. But the designation of AICP connotes an expert planner. NJPP is the New Jersey Professional Planner. New Jersey is a state that requires licensure, and I am licensed in the state of New Jersey.
You mentioned that you've provided expert testimony in the past before. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in land planning?
Yes, many, many times.
Okay. You mentioned that you've performed some work for Abington Township in the context of the Roslyn Revitalization Plan. Do you know whether you've appeared as an expert before the Board of Commissioners in any matters or otherwise worked on projects in Abington Township?
Well, for the Roslyn Revitalization Plan, the plan was formally adopted by the commissioners, so there was some form of a hearing for that, at which I was qualified. I did most of the presentation that night. I have also done other projects in Abington Township, including the Penn State Abington Dormitory on Old York Road next to Temple Beth Am. I worked on the what was originally a Children of America daycare site next to that Penn State dormitory that ended up not being built as a daycare center, but instead as a small office building. I've worked on a few other projects in Abington, the one that replaced the YMCA just down the road here, although the client for whom I worked, that applicant was not successful in whatever application was, and it turned to a different type of client and a different type of development that got built there. Those are the ones that come to mind.
Okay. Any other?
Oh, I'm sorry, there's one more. It was the Willard site on Highland Avenue next to what used to be SPS. That was a long, drawn-out engagement with the township over the course of several years, approximately 2006 to 2009 or so.
Okay. Any other relevant personal, professional experience regarding Abington Township that leads you qualified here?
I just, by way of disclosure to everybody, I grew up in Cheltenham Township. I'm officially, the enemy. I'm a Panther through and through. I hope people won't hold that against me, but I'm very familiar with the area. I grew up in Wyncote. I've been coming to Abington Township since the mid-1960s. If I make reference to a property using a former name of the property, then I ask for people's forgiveness. Names of things may have changed, but I'm eminently familiar with Abington Township.
Mr. Clark, based on that voir dire and Mr. Babbitt's CV marked as Exhibit A14, we would offer him as an expert in land use planning.
Just as we did earlier this morning with Ms. Koza, Mr. McHugh is offering Mr. Babbitt as an expert in land use planning. I should tell all of you who are here that my office has qualified Mr. Babbitt as an expert many times over the last 10 or 15 years in various zoning hearing boards, the Board of Supervisors or Commissioners. But if there is anyone who would like to ask Mr. Babbitt any questions regarding his qualifications to be admitted as an expert in this hearing, you can come forward at this moment. Okay.
Really just a quick question because I'm curious. Excuse me, my name is Bruce Bach. I live at 1408 Stockton Road. And I just have a real quick question for you because you didn't actually articulate this. So what is your undergraduate degree from in?
Where is it from?
No, you told us Haverford, right?
Haverford College, yes.
Right, but what did you study?
At Haverford?
Yes.
I was a history major.
Wonderful.
Minors in philosophy and political science, I believe. That was a long time ago.
Lovely. And the University of Chicago, sir.
University of Chicago, I studied United States history, including the history of planning, development, and so forth.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, and there being no challenge, Mr. Babbitt will be admitted as an expert.
Thank you.
Mr. Babbitt, were you engaged by the applicant in connection with this matter?
Yes, I was,
Okay. And
several times.
And in connection with that, did you prepare a report which is in front of you and has been pre-marked as Exhibit A15?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that report dated July 28th, 2023?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And in connection with that, or can you just describe what your assignment was for the applicant?
Excuse me, my assignment was to prepare a planning analysis of the site and of the proposed development to determine several things, including the compliance with the zoning ordinance provisions, and compliance with, in particular, the provisions of the uses involved, the zoning district involved, and the conditional use standards.
And was it ultimately part of your assignment to present that report at this conditional use hearing and testify?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. So in connection with preparing that analysis, can you identify some of the materials that you reviewed to help form the analysis and conclusions you came to?
I reviewed a variety of materials, most notably the Township zoning ordinance, of course, the Township comprehensive plan from 2007, the Montgomery County 2040 shared vision comprehensive plan. I reviewed the Open Space Recreation and Environmental Resource Protection Plan of Abington Township, which I believe is from 2006 or so, as well as various correspondence from the township, such as reviews by Pennoni Associates on behalf of the township. I reviewed the site plan. I reviewed aerial photographs that I've done and the ones that were provided to me. I reviewed materials from Ms. Koza, and I also reviewed the transcript of the 2 previous hearings in 2023.
Did you have the opportunity to go to the site at any time?
I did. My report includes photographs of the site, which I believe were taken in July of 2023.
Okay. Can you just describe the property that is the subject of the application?
Yes, the property is about 7.8 acres. In essence, it's split between the Rydal Road frontage, which is at a significantly higher elevation. The western portion of the site, it has a lot of steep slopes. It's heavily wooded. There is one existing, we'll call it the estate house, but that I believe is close to 5,000 square feet in size, built in 1924, and an outbuilding, which I believe is a several-car garage. And that portion of the site has direct access from Rydal Road, and there is a stream, a tributary to the Meadow Brook, which runs, it flows towards the south, roughly speaking along the Rydal Road and Cloverly Road frontage of the site. The other side, the frontage on I'm sorry. Yes, the frontage on Woodland. It's a significantly different aspect to it, character to it. The elevation is significantly lower. It's far less heavily vegetated. There is no stream in the area. There's much less steep slope located on the Woodland Road side of the property, and it has a great deal of frontage on Woodland Road itself.
You mentioned less steep slope. Can you just describe, overall, what is the slope character of the property? I think you mentioned a little bit previously.
Well, generally speaking, the estate house is at the highest elevation on the site, and the site slopes downward to the southeast, the south, and the southwest, almost every direction. I suppose also directly to the west, that would be down towards the Rydal Road frontage itself. But the area of steep slopes is generally confined to what we'll call Lot 1, which is the area of the estate lot.
Okay, thank you. Are you familiar, you mentioned you reviewed some of this material, but are you familiar with the proposal and the overall project that is subject to this conditional use application?
Yes, sir, I am.
And can you describe what that project is?
There are two elements to this proposal. One is, excuse me, a subdivision between the two lots, the two parts of the property. We're calling Lot 1, which will include the estate house. That will be on 1.747 acres gross. Lot 2, and by the way, no other land development, no other activity of any kind, no earth disturbance, no tree clearance, other than in the rehabilitation of that building, would be proposed for Lot 1. Lot 2 would be 6.038 acres gross, and that is where the land development would occur. There are two buildings proposed, as we've heard many times. Building 1, which would be the building on the west side, to the left as you see the plan, is a combined assisted living memory care facility with 74 units, and I believe originally proposed for 88 beds, although the number of beds may have changed slightly given some changes in design in the intervening 3 years. Building 2 is for independent living, 46 units and 55 beds total. Lot 2 is also proposed with accessory parking and access. It is designed as a campus, and there is to be some shared parking, shared access out onto Woodland Road, and some shared facilities and services as well.
Okay, and is proposed Lot 2, is that the lot that is the subject of the conditional use application?
Yes, that's correct.
Which we're here for this evening? Okay. You've identified the uses as independent living, assisted living, memory care. Those aren't how they're defined within the context of the Abington Township zoning ordinance, though. Is that correct?
Correct. The uses that are proposed are two. They are uses, where are we here? E10, life care facility, including continuing care, and use E12, nursing home.
Okay. Do you know how the overall property is zoned?
Yes, the overall property is part of the R1 low-density residential district.
Okay, and those E10 and E12 uses, do you know whether they are permitted in the R1 zoning district?
They most certainly are. Both are permitted by conditional use, which means they are permitted uses. However, they require conditional use approval.
Okay. And you mentioned that in the context of your preparation of this letter, that you reviewed the Abington Township zoning ordinance?
Yes, several times.
Do you believe that this project addresses any of the general purposes or intent of the ordinance?
Yes, I believe it does.
How did it do that?
Looking at section 102 of the zoning ordinance, the section is called General Purpose and Intent. I would call your attention to paragraph E, which I'll read it, it's very brief. It says, and I quote, "Foster and reinforce a strong sense of place and community in the township's neighborhoods by promoting well-designed buildings and a mix of synergistic land uses that integrate age and income groups and provide a range of housing types, shops, and workplaces, including those in mixed-use buildings."
Okay, and although I think it speaks for itself, can you explain how that project meets that goal?
Well, it is a goal of the zoning ordinance, and as we'll see in a few minutes, also a goal of the township and county comprehensive plans, to provide housing for senior citizens in a variety of dwelling types and formats, including the ones that are proposed here. And that is clearly a goal of the township, it's a goal of the county, it's a worthy, valid goal, and we believe that the ordinance helps to achieve that goal by permitting these types of uses in the R1 district as well as other zoning districts.
And does the project provide a multitude of housing types or units?
It does, yes.
Okay, and you've identified those already, but just if you could again.
I'm sorry?
If you could identify those again.
Yes, Building 1 is for assisted living and memory care, total of 74 units. And if you like, we can go into the prior testimony of Mr. Elmore, and we can
We don't need
discuss.
to rehash
Right.
all that.
Yeah, I don't know the exact numbers of each offhand, but I could look it up if you need to. Building 2 is only going to be independent living, and that is with 46 units and 55 beds total.
Can you just describe the surrounding uses to the subject property?
Well, the immediate surrounding uses are all either single-family detached dwellings on minimum half-acre lots. There is some vacant land, a couple of vacant properties. Within about 2 blocks or so, you have a variety of either non-residential or quasi-residential uses, including the Penn State Abington campus, which we've heard discussed numerous times today, as well as the Rydal Park, which I believe is a continuing care retirement community on the east or west side, rather, of Susquehanna Road on the north side of Valley.
You mentioned that immediately surrounding the property are mostly single-family homes. Can you describe the character of those homes, the neighborhood as a whole?
Yes, it is an established neighborhood. Many homes are older, from the early parts of the 20th century. There may be some homes even from the 19th century. I don't know exactly. There are also some homes that are relatively new, recent construction. They are all single-family detached with the exception of, give me a second here. There is a townhouse development on the south side of Valley Road. Here it is. It's called Penmore Place. It is off of Susquehanna Road, but I would suggest that it's in the immediate vicinity of the site.
As part of your review of the zoning ordinance, were you familiar with the standards that went along with both use E10 and E12?
Yes, I am.
And you've reviewed the site plan and the prior testimony. Do you believe that the proposed use complies with the use standards for both E10 and E12?
The use standards?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And as part of your review of the zoning ordinance, you have a chance to review the dimensional standards associated with the R1 district?
I have, yes.
And do you believe that the proposed project complies with the dimensional standards of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, sir, I do believe it does.
Okay. You mentioned you had an opportunity to review the township's comprehensive plan.
I did.
In your review of that document, did you see any portions or provisions that would address this proposed project in the township's goals?
Yes, in numerous locations on page, this is the 2007 Abington Township Comprehensive Plan. Excuse me, on page 1-4, under the category of goals and objectives for housing, objective F reads, explore the possibility of providing affordable and accessible housing units for the elderly and mobility challenged. Again, speaking to the issue of the aging population and trying to encourage township residents to remain in the township as they age. Moving on. On page 3-6 is a table showing the age cohorts of the township. I will note that the 65 to 74 and 75 and above age cohorts in Abington Township represent 19.0% of the population. That's as of the 2000 census. That is a significantly higher percentage than the same two cohorts in either the county, where it's only 14.9%, or the 5-county region, where it's only 14.0%. The point being that the median age of the township residents is significantly higher than the median age of residents of the county or the region. The aging population then will need places to live. And that is the point of looking at the demographics. In Chapter 8, section on land use, a couple of provisions here apply. On page 8-4, under the category of housing, it talks about retirement housing for the elderly, including the Sunrise Community and Walnut Hill, are two examples of housing which would specifically be designed for the elderly and which will encourage the elderly residents of this township to remain in the township and not have to move out. A similar sentiment appears on page 8-5, the first full paragraph, the second sentence, and it says, maintaining our current aging residents will occur if other options are available to the existing population that would like to stay in the township but no longer have the desire to maintain the properties or homes they live in. Again, further on in that article is page 8-13, under the category of future land use. The subcategory is called housing, the bottom of page 8-13. Number 2, it says target development of housing that will encourage our aging residents to stay in the township. And finally, under Chapter 9 in zoning, on page 9-2, this is under the section called goals. The objectives are listed in page 9-2, and number 7 of this list of goals is the development of senior housing should be encouraged. So it is my opinion that the application, the current proposal, addresses these goals of the comprehensive plan and is therefore in compliance with the comprehensive plan of Abington Township.
Can you speak to what the state of the comprehensive plan is and how it dictates zoning ordinances?
Well, the comprehensive plan is a policy document only. It is not the law. The law is the zoning ordinance. In theory, at least, the comprehensive plan should inform the zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance should be based on the comprehensive plan. And I believe that is exactly what happened in Abington Township, because as a result of this 2007 comprehensive plan and other factors, the Board of Commissioners of Abington Township revised the zoning ordinance in the mid-2010s, I believe, to permit these two particular uses, use E10 and use E12, in a variety of residential zoning districts where they had not been permitted before. And so we see the commissioners acting on their own comprehensive plan to implement the comprehensive plan by way of amendments to the zoning ordinance.
Those uses E10 and E12, do you know if they are permitted elsewhere in the township, in other zoning districts?
Yes, they are. If you give me a second, I will refer to the use table in the back of the zoning ordinance. And E10 and E12 are permitted in a variety of zoning districts, including the R1, the R2, the R3, the R4, as well as several others. In those 4 zoning districts, use E10 would be permitted by conditional use, but it's still a permitted use. And nursing home that's use E12, rather, is also by conditional use in the R1, R2, R3, and R4 districts, in addition to other zoning districts as well.
There's been testimony, whether it's on, or cross-examination or statements made that the character or the surrounding area is large lot single-family homes. Are there other uses other than these E10 and E12 uses and a single-family home which would be permitted in the R1 district?
Yes. Are you asking what exists out there now, or what?
No,
would
what's
be
permitted under
Okay.
zoning?
Well, the R1 district permits a variety of land uses in addition to just the single-family detached dwellings that one would typically think of for the R1 district. And that would include things like a kennel, a riding academy, and a stable. An adult daycare center, emergency services, a group home or personal care home, which is arguably a quasi-residential use, place of worship, Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3, utility operating facility, conservation recreation preserve, outdoor recreation, and I believe that is the list.
And when you mentioned that those are permitted, it can be permitted in a variety of ways, correct?
That's correct. It's either permitted by right, permitted by conditional use, or permitted by special exception. All three are permitted uses.
Okay. You mentioned you had the opportunity to review the county's comprehensive plan in connection with your report and this assignment.
I did.
Can you just describe how the county's comprehensive plan first maybe differs from what the township's comprehensive plan shows?
Yes, this is Montco 2040, a shared vision, the comprehensive plan for Montgomery County, which I believe was adopted in 2021. In general, a county comprehensive plan is not a document or resource to be used to determine land use on a property-by-property basis. It's more community-wide, region-wide, and so forth. And therefore, I would hesitate to look at the land use plan part of the county comprehensive plan and say, well, it shows residential, and therefore only residential should be permitted. It does talk about similar goals as the township comprehensive plan, encouraging the construction of housing for elderly adults and so forth. I will note a couple of things. One is that the subject property is located in what the county comprehensive plan calls a designated growth area. And also under the land use plan, what's called the suburban residential area, which includes much of this part of Abington Township, is not exclusively residential. It includes single-family detached homes, less dense multifamily and single-family attached uses, and institutional uses. Again, this proposal seems to be in compliance with the county comprehensive plan for its land use recommendations as well as its goals.
Did you have the opportunity to review the conditional use section of the Abington Township zoning ordinance?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to section 1806, subsection B. Can you identify what that section is and how it's implemented?
Yes, section 1806B states that the Board of Commissioners will grant a conditional use only if it meets the following criteria. There are four listed in this particular subsection. The first is that the plan would be in accordance with the Abington Township Comprehensive Plan. The second is consistent with the spirit, purposes, and intent of the applicable zoning district. The third says an improvement which is not a detriment to the properties in the immediate vicinity and which shall be in the best interests of the township. And the fourth says in conformance with all applicable requirements of this ordinance and all municipal, state, and federal codes applicable to the use or process in question.
Do you believe that this project meets all of those criteria?
I do, and we can take these one at a time
Let's
if you
take
like.
them one at a time.
Yeah. Well, I think we've already been through the Abington Township Comprehensive Plan. I believe that the proposal is consistent with the spirit, purposes, and intent of the applicable zoning district for a couple of reasons. The most important of which is that the Board of Commissioners about 10 years ago made the conscious decision to amend the ordinance to permit these uses in the R1 district as well as the other districts. That tells me that there is a presumption of validity in that decision, that the presumption is that if a development is built according to the code, in compliance with the code, the presumption is that it is generally consistent with the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And that if there is some reason that some particular instance, one particular site, where it may not be appropriate for one of these uses, either E10 or E12, that the people who are in opposition to the application are the ones upon whom the burden rests to prove that it does not meet the ordinance intent and so forth. The presumption, again, is that the ordinance is valid and it allows these uses. The intent of the zoning district clearly is to permit a variety of uses because that's what it does. I'm reading black and white print in the ordinance it clearly, the R1 district permits not only just single-family detached dwellings, it permits uses E10 and E12, plus all of the other uses that I just referenced in the use table, things that are not residential places of worship, emergency services, and so forth.
And that's also based on the fact that the proposed use has to meet the specific criteria that are accounted for.
Yes, of course, that is true. Yes, sir.
I'm going to move to the next factor.
I believe that the application will not be a detriment to the properties in the immediate vicinity because the ordinance is set up so that the requirements for uses E10 and E12 require a significantly larger property, 5 acres, instead of the 1 acre required for single-family homes. The setbacks are, the lot width, rather, by the way, is also significantly wider. It is 300 feet for these uses as opposed to 200 feet for a single-family detached. The lot depth is 3 times as great. It's 300 feet for these uses compared to 100 feet for the single-family detached. The front yard setback is 100 feet for these uses and only 50 feet for a single-family detached dwelling. The side yard setbacks for these uses would be 50 feet compared to only 20 feet for single-family detached. And the rear yard is 50 feet for these uses compared to only 30 feet for the single-family detached. What this is telling me is that the commissioners, when they adopted this ordinance amendment, understood that there are going to be impacts from development of these uses and made the appropriate, in their view, the appropriate accommodations for these uses by increasing the lot size, increasing the lot width, increasing the lot depth, increasing the side yard, front yard, and rear yard setbacks, and so forth. So that is probably the single most important way that the township has ensured that the impacts of the proposed uses would not be detrimental to the surrounding land uses.
Do you believe that the requirements for the use E10 and E12 are more restrictive than the requirements for a single-family dwelling?
Yes, exceedingly so.
The second part of that subsection number 3 talks about being in the best interest of the township. What, if anything, do the goals of the comprehensive plan have to do with that?
Right. As we've seen before by the comprehensive plans of both the township and the county, the population of Abington Township, and that's true for much of the eastern half of Montgomery County, is aging, and it is typically on the older side compared to central or western Montgomery County overall. And the accommodation of elderly residents is a goal of both the township and the county in that they both recommend development of senior housing in a variety of situations and formats. It doesn't necessarily need to be apartments. It can be single-family homes. It could be townhomes. It could be twins. It could be some other form of housing, mobile homes even. There are age-qualified mobile home parks in Montgomery County. And in these ways, I believe that the application, it will be in the best interest of the township, in particular to provide housing for the elderly residents who choose to stay in Abington Township.
Moving on to number 4 in that section.
Right. I do believe, and I believe there's been considerable evidence presented that the application does comply with the township zoning ordinance. In this instance, there will also be, in particular, state codes that come into play with respect to the assisted living and the memory care facilities. I am not an expert on those codes, but I believe it is safe to say, and I'm sure the applicant will agree, that any use, E10 or E12, will need to comply with all state applicable regulations, and they will do so. I'm not sure how many other federal provisions are going to come into play other than maybe environmental ones, but they will be complied with as well.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention now to another portion of the conditional use section, that's subsection G. Are you familiar with that section?
Yes, sir, I am.
And can you describe what that section says?
Yes, sir. This would be the criteria for conditional use approval. There are 7 paragraphs, and I believe we'll take them one at a time, although some of them are repetitive.
Yep, let's go through them.
The first one is consistency with the goals, objectives, and recommendations of the Township and County Comprehensive Plans. We've been through that. The Old York Road Corridor Improvement Plan does not apply. The Township Open Space, Recreation, and Environmental Resource Protection Plan is relevant, and I looked through this, and there are no specific land use recommendations regarding this property, but again, the Open Space, Recreation, and Environmental Resource Protection Plan does have a demographic section, and which calls into highlight the aging population and the need for housing options for that aging population. Continuing on in section 1806G1, also required to be consistency with township revitalization plans, but I do not believe that they are relevant, and other plans adopted by the township, and I don't know what they would be.
I just want to clarify, that you don't believe there's any applicable plans, revitalization or other plans to this property?
No, the research that I've done in Abington and the work over the decades, the revitalization plans tend to apply to villages or mixed-use areas or the more built-up areas of the township, not the residential areas.
Okay, so with respect to number 1, do you believe that the project meets that criteria?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay.
Number 2 is the suitability of the proposed use for the property in question, considering issues such as traffic, which we've heard extensive testimony on, vehicular and pedestrian circulation, adjacent land uses, buffering, and other impacts on the surrounding area. Well, again, by amending the zoning ordinance in the way that the commissioners did about 10 years ago to permit these uses in the R1 district and to require significantly larger lots, wider lots, deeper setbacks for these uses compared to single-family detached. I believe that the commissioners have made plans and have made requirements that will all but guarantee the suitability of the proposed use for areas even where the surrounding land uses are mostly or all single-family detached development. I will not deal with traffic because I think we've heard enough about traffic or vehicular circulation. Pedestrian circulation, though, I think is something involved in planning, and I think we can talk about that for a minute. There is a plan, part of the site plan is to provide a pedestrian network not only within the site, but along a to-be-constructed sidewalk along Woodland Road. That sidewalk along Woodland Road comes to within about 10 or 15 or 20 feet to the end of an existing sidewalk that is at the very end of Woodland Road near Valley Road, and it extends to the west along Valley Road for a distance of about a block or two. Now, beyond there is no sidewalk. I am not aware of any plans to build sidewalks in that area, but things change sometimes, and it is entirely possible that in the future the township will see fit to encourage sidewalk construction on the north side of Valley Road in this area, or even require property owners or developers to install sidewalk.
Is the addition of sidewalk along that frontage an improvement to the surrounding community?
It is. It is. It's an improvement to the site, but I think it's an improvement to the surrounding community in the sense that one day there may be sidewalks that lead somewhere, not just one block along Valley Road. They may lead to the train station, for example, which is only about a half a mile away. And if the township one day sees fit to build sidewalks or require others to build sidewalks connecting the subject site with the train station, then the train station will be within easy walking distance. There is a signalized intersection at Valley and Susquehanna that Ms. Koza testified already has ADA ramps, which may need to be updated, but there are still pedestrian facilities there, and there's a push-button traffic actuators. In other words, for pedestrians, push a button, the light changes to allow pedestrians to cross the road. That's already been installed there. So all I'm saying is that the pedestrian connections outside of the site could be one day part of a larger network that could conceivably connect the site to the train station or to the shopping opportunities on the Fairway or the movie theater. Is the movie theater still there? I don't even know, the Betawood Theater. But to the other shopping facilities and even Rydal Park if people wanted to go visit friends in that facility.
Anything else on criteria number 2?
Yes, let's talk about adjacent land uses. Again, the fact that the commissioners adopted this ordinance amendment means that unless someone can provide evidence that the proposed development is going to have a negative impact on the adjacent land uses, the presumption is that there will be no such negative impact, and the development of the site will be generally consistent with the public health, safety, and welfare. Buffering is included, and I would suggest that buffering comes in a variety of forms. The most important form of buffering, in my view, is actually distance. A feature of a development that may not be desirable to look at, that is located 1,000 feet away from someone's back window, is going to be less objectionable than that same feature located only 100 feet from someone's back window. So again, there are significantly widened setbacks, rear yard, front yard, side yard, for the proposed use in the R1 district compared to the single-family detached uses that will provide a greater distance, and in that way, additional buffering between the proposed use and the adjacent single-family homes. The second form of buffering is landscaping, and I believe I looked at the landscaping plan. I do not know if this is an exhibit.
Yeah, I did.
This is part of the plan set. There it is. This is which exhibit number?
Exhibit A3.
I'm sorry, A3?
A3, correct.
Yes, this is the proposed landscaping plan, and as you can see, the applicant is willing to landscape the heck out of this site. There are trees and shrubs proposed for nearly every square inch of open land. Part of that is because of the township's requirement to replace trees to be removed with, for each one tree to be removed, the requirement is to plant 2 new trees. Obviously, they're not going to be the same size, at least not when they're planted, but eventually they will grow. This is an extremely aggressive landscape plan. It involves a mix of deciduous and evergreen trees and shrubs designed to reduce or minimize the views of the subject site from off-site, as well as any sound or other impacts emanating from the subject site. This is designed in large part to protect the neighbors in the adjacent single-family detached dwellings. So we have the setbacks, the distance, plus also the buffering, providing as part of the buffering, the landscaping, excuse me, is part of the buffering. The third element here is elevation change. The site sits up from its neighbors on Durrell Road, and I think the change in elevation provides also some level of buffering between those adjacent land uses.
Anything else on criteria number 2?
No.
Do you believe that this project satisfies that criteria?
The suitability of the site, yes, I believe it does, sir, yes.
Let's move down then to criteria number 3, community character.
Community character, this talks about the impact of the proposed use on the surrounding community, the scale of the use. Well, we should talk about the scale of the use for a minute. The scale of the proposed use, I believe, is complementary to the adjacent surrounding residential uses. These aren't huge buildings. This is not, 200,000 or 300,000 square feet. It's not 6 or 8-story buildings. There is evidence that there is a great deal of development on smaller lots in this area, residential lots. I looked at one on the Board of Assessment records that shows a relatively recently built home of something like 6,600 square feet on 1 single acre of land. And I would argue that it is a comparable, not exactly the same, but a comparable level of development as what we're seeing on the subject site. It's not as if we're putting, a stadium, an airport, a university, a hospital, any of those major uses. This is a relatively compact, smaller, neighborhood-level proposal in the middle of a neighborhood. So I believe that the scale is complementary and will not in and of itself have a negative impact. The location and design of parking areas shall be in harmony, preserving the general appearance and character of the area. I believe that that will be the case. A good deal of the parking is located underneath the buildings and therefore more hidden from view as compared to surface parking. There is some surface parking to be provided on the site, but that is going to be heavily buffered by not only the setbacks, but also the proposed landscaping as well as the elevation changes. So also I believe Mr. Anderson testified as to the lighting of the parking lot and that it will be lit at much lower levels compared to, say, a commercial facility such as a shopping center, which will have much brighter lighting. You will not see that on this site. I believe Mr. Elmore testified that the most frequent critics of lighting on the site are going to be the residents.
Object to that. What Mr. Elmore testified to? You're saying?
He was able to review the testimony. He's an expert. He's able to review other people's testimony regarding compliance with the ordinance standards.
So, Mr. Babbitt said, I believe Mr. Elmore testified to. If he didn't, it can be pointed out at a later date. I'll overrule the objection and let him continue with what he's saying.
Yeah, the point is the lighting of the parking lot is proposed to be relatively modest. The standards are going to be lower than, the light standards, the poles themselves are going to be lower than what you would typically find in a commercial context, and therefore that's going to be better for the neighbors. Finally, all new buildings shall be architecturally compatible with the existing buildings on the site. The architecture has not been determined yet, but whatever it turns out to be will need to be in compliance with this provision, and I'm sure the township will judge that when the time comes. The renderings that have been shown, I believe, are compatible architecturally with existing buildings around the neighborhood. It's not exactly the same style, but it's not, for example, there used to be a diner on Route 1 in Langhorne, which was, I think, an old Douglas DC-3. Yeah, it's not something outlandish like that which will be a sore thumb in a residential neighborhood. It's going to be a scale and building materials and a design that will be modest in nature and will be compatible with the existing surrounding areas. Number 4 is nuisance and safety.
Before you get to number 4.
Oh, sure.
So do you then, anything else on criteria number 3?
I'm sorry?
Anything else on criteria number 3?
No, sir.
And do you believe that the proposal satisfies that criteria?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, now we can go to number 4.
Number 4 is on nuisance safety analysis. And it says the use shall not generate excessive noise, odors, air pollution, lighting, so forth, pedestrian conflicts, other safety hazards. I will note that the provision does not say that the proposed use shall not generate any noise or any odors or any air pollution or any lighting. After all, development of single-family homes will also generate some noise, some odors, some air pollution, some lighting. So the standard here is it shall not generate excessive noise or odors or air pollution or lighting, and I believe it will not. The proposed use will not generate excessive noise or odors or air pollution or lighting. I do not believe it will result in pedestrian conflict or other safety hazards to people or property in the area or on the subject site. The artificial lighting will be located to avoid shining into off-site windows, and it will also be designed to avoid shining into on-site windows. Outdoor uses, accessory facilities will be provided here, and the noise generated by those uses will have only a minimal impact. It's things like outdoor recreation, gathering areas. There are not going to be tennis courts or basketball courts or anything that's going to generate a great deal of noise, no spectator sports at all. But there might be, there will be people walking around the sidewalks for exercise, and they may be chatting with one another, and that is, I would argue, not excessive noise. That is an amount of noise that you would find typical for any development, including residential development of single-family detached dwellings. I do not believe that there will be any hazards created by this site, and in fact, arguably, there will be some hazards that will be alleviated by the development of this site, in particular things like sight distance along Woodland Road and the development of the sidewalk along Woodland Road. It will take pedestrians off of the street if there are any pedestrians in that area now.
Do you have any reason to believe that this facility, with respect to these external type impacts, will operate causing a greater impact than in a standardized facility of the same size?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. And anything else on criteria number 4?
No, sir.
Do you believe that this proposal satisfies that criteria?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Move to the next one.
Well, traffic impact, I think, has been dealt with.
I agree.
So I don't know that you need me to provide any
We can move to the next one then.
on traffic impact. Public utilities, I believe, also has been testified to with Mr. Anderson, and I don't know that I can add anything that Mr. Anderson has not already testified to.
Number 7, then, anything to add with respect to
Number 7,
that?
yes. As is true with any conditional use application, the municipality's planning code permits the Board of Commissioners to require or to apply additional standards to the approval of a conditional use application. And here are some potential conditions that the commissioners may apply. Alternate layouts, I suppose that commissioners are permitted to do that, but we've not seen any evidence of that so
So
far.
I guess on that point, for criteria number 7, that's not something the applicant can demonstrate compliance with, is that correct? Or is that something within the discretion of the Board of Commissioners?
Yes, it is certainly within the discretion of the Board of Commissioners, but I think the applicant can agree to at least some of these conditions. It's difficult to agree to specific conditions because they haven't been applied yet.
Are you aware of any conditions that have been requested by the applicant, requested of the applicant by the Board of Commissioners?
No, I have not.
Okay.
But things like additional buffering, let me give you an example. The applicant has expressed a willingness to work with neighbors such that if there's any additional plantings that they would like to see, even if the plantings are going to be on their property and not the subject site, the applicant would be willing to work with you on that. So if you want some more buffering, some more landscaping between your homes and the subject site, come and talk to the applicant, and they're willing to work with you on that. That's an example of applying a condition to the granting of a conditional use that I think the applicant would be happy to do.
I'm going to object and ask that last statement to be stricken. It was not responsive to the question asked, nor is it anywhere in the foundational paperwork.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where Mr. Babbitt can be talking about anybody coming to his client.
We're fine with, I mean,
Yeah,
it can be given the weight that
I'll strike it as non-responsive.
Mr. Babbitt, anything else regarding the conditional use criteria in subsection G?
No, sir.
Okay. In your report, you mentioned or identify some examples of institutional uses in residential neighborhoods. Can you just describe the analysis you went through there?
I looked at aerial photography, zoning maps, a variety of other sources. I came up with several. These are examples of community service or institutional uses that are more or less completely surrounded by single-family detached development and single-family detached zoning, both of those. Obviously, Penn State Abington, zoned CS Community Service, is surrounded by that's surrounded by the R1 low-density district in Abington Township, completely on all sides. The Meadowbrook School at 1641 Hampton Road is also zoned CS Community Service and is also surrounded by the R1 low-density area. The Brookview in Roslyn is an institutional use nursing home or some similar type of health care center. On Woodland Road, it is surrounded by the R4 high-density residential development, but also those are only single-family homes. Nearby, we have the Abington Baptist Church on Huntington Road, which is surrounded by, on the kind of the southeast side, by the R1 district, and across Huntington Road by the R2 low, medium density residential district. I believe the only types of dwellings in that area will also be single-family detached dwellings.
Objection, outside the scope of the report. Abington Baptist Church is not listed in his report. He's now going outside of the scope of his report.
Rules of evidence are relaxed here. It's not an absolute requirement to provide an expert report. He's able to testify things within his knowledge.
Yeah, I'll overrule the objection. Obviously, he can be crossed on it, on this when that time comes, so.
There are two others. One is the Meadowbrook Farm, 1633 Washington Lane, is, I believe, itself zoned R1. And it is more than just a farm. I would argue that in a way it's an area of assembly. There are visitors, large parking lot. It's essentially a community service or institutional type of use and surrounded by single-family detached dwellings. We have other larger institutional uses in the township that are surrounded by single-family detached dwellings to a large degree and certainly residential zoning. Holy Redeemer Hospital is a great example. It is surrounded on three sides by the R1 district and on one side by, I believe it's Meadowbrook Apartments, the AO Apartment Office District, but all residential surrounding land uses. That includes the St. Joseph's Manor Rehabilitation Center. The Rydal Elementary School complex on Susquehanna Road is surrounded by the R1 and R2 residential districts and all single-family homes. St. Hilary of, I don't know how to pronounce this word, Poitiers Church and School on Susquehanna Road, also surrounded by R1 and R2. Redeemer Sisters Chapel and Monastery on Morden Road. The Roslyn Nursing and Rehab Center, I believe, is the one I mentioned over in Roslyn. And one closer to where I grew up is what used to be called the Wyncote Church Home, now called Phoebe of Wyncote, on Fernbrook Road, Fernbrook Avenue, in Wyncote, surrounded on all sides by residential, single-family detached residential development and zoning. My point is, this is typical, this is usual, this is customary, this is entirely appropriate. There's nothing inherently wrong with having these types of neighborhood-level institutional uses or community service uses or even medium or slightly higher density residential uses surrounded by single-family homes, as long as it meets the ordinance and it has a larger lot size, a larger lot width, deeper buffers, deeper setbacks all around, and adequate buffering and access control, signage control, lighting control, and so forth. This is very typical in the world of planning, and there's nothing inappropriate about it.
In that regard, do you then have an opinion as to whether the proposed development is consistent with the township zoning ordinance?
My opinion is that it is consistent with the township zoning ordinance. Yes, sir.
Okay, same question. Do you have an opinion as to whether the proposed development is consistent with the township's comprehensive plan?
Yes, sir. My opinion is that it is consistent with the township comprehensive plan.
Do you have an opinion as to whether the development will be compatible with the surrounding land uses?
Yes, sir. My opinion is that the development will be consistent and compatible with the surrounding land uses.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to whether the proposed development meets the specific requirements of uses E10 and E12?
Yes, sir. My opinion is that the proposed development does meet the specific requirements of uses E10 and E12.
And how about whether the proposed development meets the specific requirements of the R1 district?
Yes, sir. It meets the requirements of the R1 district, which are analogous or identical to the requirements, or at least the dimensional requirements of those two uses.
And how about whether the proposed development meets the conditional use standards and criteria in the zoning ordinance?
Yes, sir. My opinion is that the proposed development does meet the conditional use standards and criteria of the zoning ordinance.
And along with that, do you have an opinion as to whether the applicant has met their standard for conditional use approval?
Yes, I believe that the applicant has met the burden for the standards and conditions of approval of this land development, of the conditional use.
You've given a lot of conclusions and you've given a lot of conclusions and opinions. Are those your professional opinions in this matter?
Yes, sir, they are.
And are those opinions rendered within a degree of professional certainty?
Yes, sir, they are.
Those are all the questions I have of Mr. Babbitt.
Thank you. As we discussed before, we're going to do just a direct of Mr. Babbitt today, and then we're going to come back for his cross-examination. In one of the emails you would have gotten from me earlier this week, we had referenced the fact that we were going to convene again on Wednesday, March 25th. That expectation was that Mr. Babbitt would be done today. Since he is not done today, Mr. Babbitt is not available on the 25th. So the next date when we will convene will be Tuesday, April 14th at 6:30 p.m. in this room. We will begin with Mr. Babbitt's cross-examination. I anticipate that that will probably take the better part of the evening, unless we want to stay here till midnight, which I don't think anyone does. But anyone who is a party who intends on presenting testimony or evidence should be prepared that night in the eventuality that Mr. Babbitt finishes relatively quickly. While this is not an official date yet, the next date we are looking at is Wednesday, April 22nd. Well, that's a location to be determined. We may meet in this room, we may meet at Penn State, but we will announce the location at the conclusion of the meeting on the 14th. I would ask a couple of things. One is, Ms. Wellheimer, you had mentioned before that there are some witnesses who may not be able to be physically present here. I would ask that you take the lead in communicating with Mr. Heleniak and Mr. McHugh, and then we'll communicate with township staff on how we're going to make arrangements with respect to those people. I would also ask that I realize that there is going to be an issue regarding the dates of the photographs that were shown to Ms. Koza. If we can work that out prior to the next hearing so we don't have to call a witness simply for the purpose of authenticating photographs, that would be great. But if we can't, if we have to have a witness be presented for authenticating photographs, we will. But if we can take that out before the next hearing, that would be very helpful. So, are there any other housekeeping matters before we adjourn? Please come forward.
You sure?
Oh, okay. Aina Renbrick. Renwrick. I just had a quick question. Will notice be sent out to people with party status?
This is the notice. We will probably send another email, but this is the notice.
Can I ask, when did we decide that email notice was the proper notice?
You're in the room right now.
No, I'm not talking about for the next hearing. I'm talking about in general.
Yeah, we're not going to discuss that today.
Oh, okay.
Colleen Mealy, M-E-L-E. Is there a way to provide Zoom for people who have party status who cannot attend? Is there a reason that we can't do that? I understand you don't want to open it up to everyone, but is there a reason we can't just do Zoom so those people?
There will be accommodations made for those individuals who, because of physical disabilities, are unable to attend in person and have party status. I do not believe we're going to extend that to everybody who has party status just to participate remotely. That has not been how we have handled the first 4 or 5 of these hearings, and I don't think we're going to make a change. The request has been made for people who have physical disabilities who are unable to attend, and we're going to make some reasonable accommodations for them. But it's all being broadcast on the Township channel, on YouTube, or?
Correct. We are currently on Zoom,
Okay.
and then it'll be on VBIT, which is our.
Yep, so you can observe. Yep.
Sorry, I missed that.
Okay. If there is nothing else, we are in recess until Tuesday, April 14th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. in this room. Thank you.